Chapter 36, Merry Mayhem.
Nymphadora! Keith was just about to go and pick you up,
Roberta exclaimed.
He's too slow,
she joked. She hesitated and then hugged her boyfriend's mother.
Merry Christmas, Roberta. Merry Christmas, dear,
Roberta said.
You look lovely, by the way.
Tonks beamed. She was wearing Remus' red jumper, had pale green skin, bright green eyes and silver, fluffy hair that greatly resembled tinsel.
Here, give me those,
she said, waving to the bag of presents in Tonks' arms. Tonks offered the bag and with a wave of Roberta's wand, it was gone, zooming into the sitting room where Tonks and Keith had set up the tree a few weeks back.
Thanks. You're welcome, dear. Just let me, Keith. Nymphadora's here.
Tonks' smile slipped a little, she hated that name. 2 sets of footsteps hurried down the hallway. Alfred was the first to emerge, closely followed by Keith.
Keith, have you introduced? Wow! Wicked skin.
Roberta looked worried, but Alfred was quick to calm her down.
Don't worry, Rob,
Alfred said, throwing his arms around Tonks, narrowly beating Keith, who had just moved to do the same. Keith looked mildly annoyed and wrapped her in a hug as soon as Alfred released her.
Nymphadora and I have been friends for years. In fact, I think I was the one who introduced her to Keith back in first year.
Keith rolled his eyes and kissed Tonks' cheek.
Watch her,
Tonks murmured.
Hi,
he said, smiling. He stepped back, but kept an arm around her.
Aren't you too cute?
Alfred commented, making Tonks blush and Keith beam.
Be nice, Alf,
Roberta warned and then smiled at Tonks.
They're gorgeous.
Alfred poked his tongue out at her and she smacked his shoulder.
Lunch is about 10 minutes away, so you 3 keep yourselves occupied until then. We will. Thanks, Mum,
Keith said. Roberta disappeared into the kitchen, where Tonks could hear others talking.
Should I go and say hello?
She asked.
It's just Lou, Beck, and my mum,
Alfred said, flapping a hand.
You can see them at lunch.
He turned to Keith.
Would you like to finish the game?
Keith took a not-so-subtle look at Tonks and shook his head.
What game?
She asked.
We were playing chess,
Keith said.
I was playing chess,
Alfred corrected.
You were trying to sabotage yourself so you could go get Nymphadora. You can finish if you would like,
she said, grinning at them both.
I don't mind. You'll be bored,
Keith said.
I'll be watching,
she told him. Keith grimaced as if he couldn't understand how anyone could find that fun, and Tonks supposed he couldn't. He was the sort that needed to be physically doing something or he'd get bored.
And maybe I'll help,
she added.
If you were sabotaging yourself, you'll need my help to win. It wasn't sabotage. I've only lost 2 pieces.
Keith protested, but his competitive side had kicked in and he allowed them to lead the way to the sitting room where the Williams' ornate chess table sat. 5 minutes later, Keith had lost interest and was complaining of boredom from a nearby armchair. Tonks had taken over and was holding her own against Alfred, and also catching up with him. She had only seen him once, briefly, since school ended. He complained about his supervisor in the Department of Management and Control of Magical Children.
Horrible little toad of a woman,
he said, directing his knight onto a square that was currently occupied by her bishop.
I don't think she even likes children, but apparently she's worked there for 17 years. She's got the most annoying voice. No. Not there, you idiot.
Tonks' castle shouted.
Can't you see his pawn? Oh, right. Sorry. Can you go to f4 instead? I don't know,
her castle asked snarkily.
Can I? And,
Alfred continued, taking the castle that she had just moved.
She wears so much pink that even you would find her hard to look at.
That description made Tonks remember something from about a month ago.
I think I know her,
she said, frowning.
She was in the lift and she told me my hair was ugly. Sounds like her,
Alfred said darkly.
Bloody Umbridge.
Keith immediately came to Tonks' defense. He alternated between insulting the Umbridge woman and telling Tonks her hair was beautiful.
Thanks,
she said, grinning at him, as her knight dragged Alfred's queen off the board. Just as Alfred managed to maneuver himself into a last-minute stalemate, it had seemed like Tonks was about to win until then when Roberta called them all for lunch. Alfred cheered and hurtled down the hallway and Tonks made to follow but was held back by Keith.
I'm sorry,
he said. Tonks cocked her head.
For what? Alfred. I didn't want him to come, but... Don't be thick,
she said.
You two always do Christmas together.
She smiled.
It's fine. It's actually wonderful to see him. It's just... It's our first Christmas as a couple. It is,
she agreed, kissing his cheek.
But that doesn't mean we can't share our time with other people.
She had already seen Tom and Charlie this morning, and after lunch she was supposed to go into the ministry for a training exercise which would be followed by food provided by the mentors. She had watched Mad Eye blow up 3 cakes and set another on fire in an attempt to get the icing to stay on. Dinner was meant to be with her Muggle relatives and she also needed to find time to drop Remus' present at his cottage. She didn't want to risk posting it.
I suppose not,
he said.
Keith.
Roberta called again.
Bring Nymphadora down for lunch. Coming.
Keith called, taking Tonks' hand. Tonks spent lunch wedged between Keith and Alfred's older sister Rebecca in a seat directly opposite Keith's dad, Greg. Since the Booths and Williams saw each other nearly every day, Tonks was the center of attention and had questions thrown at her from all sides of the table. She told them what she could about Aura training, and about Mad Eye, and also a bit about the other trainees. They all laughed when she told them about Aura Finch buying Florence an alarm clock because she had slept in and missed so many morning training sessions, and again when she told them about Dale being attacked by a pink flower in the plants and poisons unit. Dale no longer wore pink, only purple. They all shuddered when she told them about Azkaban. She was relieved when Alfred started to talk about his apparition test. He had finally passed, and drew everyone's attention away. They unwrapped presents afterward. Tonks had suspected the Booths would be there and so had bought something small for each of them, and she had also bought things for Keith and his parents. Keith immediately donned the Tuts Hill Tornadoes jumper she had bought him, and Roberta and Greg thanked her for the box of chocolates. Alfred's present to Tonks was a sneakoscope. She had given him a book written by a Muggle psychologist, and Keith's present to her was a glass statue. It depicted a thicket of trees, a small stream that was charmed to look like it was flowing, and a small, thin figure that was paddling its feet in the water.
It's a nymph,
he said, pointing to the figure that was roughly the size of Tonks' biggest finger.
For your name. Is it really the best idea to give me something so breakable?
She asked, laughing. He laughed too. As touched as she was by the thought he had obviously put into it, why in Merlin's name did it have to be a nymph? Those thoughts, of course, made her feel exceptionally guilty, and she carefully set the statue down so that she could hug him.
"Do you like it?"
he asked, as Louise admired it. She paused, looking for words that could accurately describe her feelings towards it.
"It's pretty,"
she said finally, smiling. It was pretty, but that was probably the only nice thing she could say about it. It was highly breakable. She hadn't been kidding when she had asked him if it was a good idea to buy it for her, and it was a nymph. For Nymphadora, her stupid name. Keith beamed and Tonks put the statue back in its box, to keep it safe. Thankfully, Alfred chose that moment to offer Keith his present and Tonks was able to get away with it. "I must make sure Mum never sees this." Charlie and Bill had always been close. It probably came with being significantly older than any of the others. Percy had his books, though Bill tried to include him as much as possible. The twins had each other, and Ron and Ginny were the youngest and tended to band together, though they always seemed to have time for their older siblings. Ron tended to tag along whenever he was allowed to, but seemed to think of himself as a burden, while Ginny had a talent for making the others tag along with her. Charlie had grown significantly closer to both of them since leaving school. However, it was the longest he had ever spent with them at once, since he had started school, because back then they had been too young to spend any real time with. A few summers ago, he had taught Ron to fly properly and taught Ginny how to draw. She had wanted to learn to fly too, but teaching Ron had been challenging enough, and so Charlie had refused. She hadn't talked to him for days, and then, for no reason he had been able to pinpoint, had suddenly forgiven him. She had taken long walks, which Charlie secretly suspected she was using to hide somewhere and plot her revenge. Every time she had been asked about it, she had got this smug look on her face and refused to answer. While she still took long walks, she hadn't asked about flying lessons for years, even though she was probably old enough now. Charlie assumed she had lost interest and so continued teaching her to draw. Charlie had had almost 6 months with them now, and he had thoroughly enjoyed getting to know them better. Ron had been given a chess set for his birthday, and Charlie and Bill had taught him the game. Charlie had spent a lot of time playing chess with him, and was ashamed to admit that a 10-year-old now beat him more times than Charlie beat Ron. Since Charlie was living at home again, he, Ron and Ginny also spent a lot of time together helping Mum out around the house. Ginny helped with a lot of the cooking, which Ron refused to do, but she also helped with the chickens, which was one of Charlie's jobs. Ron had obviously had a lot of practice denoming, because he proved himself capable every few weeks when he and Charlie were sent to do that. Ginny wasn't allowed anywhere near the gnomes, because Mum was worried she had learned the swear words that the twins had taught them. Charlie was fairly sure she knew them all anyway, but he wasn't going to be the one to tell Mum that. Despite their developing closeness, however, Charlie and Bill were still closer age-wise and had been confiding in each other for years. For that reason, it was his room, since Bill was staying at home again over Christmas, that Charlie went to the moment the owl arrived. He and Bill had shared Charlie's room since Bill had started Hogwarts, because Bill's old room had gone to Ginny.
"Yeah?"
Bill asked as Charlie walked in. Bill had his back to the door and was leaning out the window. Charlie could see Errol disappearing into the distance.
"Look,"
Charlie said, fanning himself with his letter. It wasn't the best fan. He had read it so many times that the parchment was beginning to go soft.
"What is it?" "A letter,"
Charlie said, waggling his eyebrows.
"For?"
Bill asked impatiently.
"Me, stupid,"
Charlie told him. Bill rolled his eyes.
"It's my acceptance from Romania,"
he added.
"I leave on the 3rd.
Instead of looking happy for him, or hooping or hugging him, Bill looked shocked and then angry.
Romania?
He asked.
But you can't. This says I can,
Charlie said, waving the parchment again.
But what's wrong with you?
Charlie asked, frowning.
I thought you would be excited for me. Romania's what I've always wanted. I got a promotion at the bank,
Bill said, gesturing to the window.
I'm taking a position in Egypt and I leave on the 2nd. That was my acceptance with Errol. Congratulations,
Charlie said.
Bet Mum's pleased. Well,
Bill said.
You see, I haven't exactly. Oh no,
Charlie groaned, suddenly filled with dread. They were both leaving home within a day of each other, and neither of them had told Mum yet. He had been planning to do it at dinner when the entire family was together and, more importantly, Dad was there to calm Mum down.
Oh yes,
Bill said.
I'm telling them at dinner. I don't think I can put it off for much. I'm telling them at dinner,
Charlie said.
I've been planning this for just the right time and now I've got my confirmation I can prove that I'm in. I thought you hadn't got the position,
Bill groaned, flopping onto his bed.
I thought you would still be around to help Mum when I left. I thought you would start coming home more,
Charlie admitted.
Maybe even move back in to keep Mum happy.
Bill snorted and Charlie had to admit it had been a long shot. He knew Bill liked freedom too much to move back in with the rest of the family.
Look,
Bill said,
I leave the day before you do, so it's only fair that I get to tell them first. They knew I was applying for this,
Charlie countered.
Mum asked if I'd heard anything just the other day. Then she won't be as surprised when you tell her. In fact,
Bill said,
it'll be better if you let me go first because she'll be so surprised by my news that yours'll calm her down. Or she'll be so distraught that she's losing you that she won't let me go.
Bill grimaced.
See? I should tell her first,
Bill insisted.
Shove off,
Charlie said.
I've actually got my confirmation letter.
There was silence between them. Bill gave him a stony look and Charlie realized he must have said something important. He had his confirmation. Bill didn't, yet, which meant that Charlie would be able to answer any and all of Mum's questions. But, if Bill was planning to tell the family at dinner, then that meant his letter was probably due back soon. Charlie decided it must be going to London and not Egypt. And, now that Bill knew Charlie's news, he'd tell Mum as soon as he got it. Possibly before. Both of them lunged for the bedroom door at the same time. Charlie's head collided with Bill's shoulder and Charlie's elbow caught Bill's stomach. They both grunted and Charlie staggered back, clutching his head, while Bill doubled over, wheezing. Charlie, though, had taken worse hits in Quidditch and forced himself to keep moving while Bill was distracted.
Get back here!
Bill huffed, reaching for him, but Charlie was too quick. He twisted out of the way and launched himself through the door. His letter was still clutched in his fist. He flung himself toward the landing when a rope suddenly tangled itself around his legs and he went down.
What's going on up there? Fred, George. We're here, Mum.
One of the twins called back from somewhere downstairs.
Oi!
Charlie said as Bill hurried past, still clutching his chest. Charlie's wand was in his pocket but he didn't draw it. Bill had seen and learned some reasonably incapacitating things since he joined the curse-breaking team at Gringotts. So, instead of his wand, Charlie pulled off his trainer and flung it at Bill. It hit his shoulder and as he stumbled, Charlie grabbed his ankles.
Mum!
Bill called.
Mum! Where are you? I've got something to tell you. Get off,
he said, trying to kick Charlie's hands off.
In the laundry room, Bill,
Mum called back. Charlie pulled himself up, still clutching Bill's legs for dear life, and bellowed,
Mum. Yes, Charlie dear,
she called, sounding tired. She had been cooking all morning to make sure Christmas dinner would be unforgettable. Charlie was pretty sure it would be, for several reasons.
I got my... No,
Bill shouted, clapping a hand over Charlie's mouth. Charlie licked him, and Bill pulled a face but didn't let go.
What, dear?
Mum asked.
Don't worry, Mum. He was talking to me. But you'll never guess what's.
Charlie bit down on his hand.
Ow. Are you all right, Bill dear?
Bill was examining his red hand and Charlie shoved him away and dove down the stairs. Charlie hit the ground floor running, only to collide with Fred. Or George. He wasn't sure. Either way, they both went sprawling.
Watch it!
Fred, Charlie could now see that he was wearing a knitted jumper with an F on it, though it was possible they had swapped again, said.
You all right, Freddy?
George asked, looking up from the kitchen table. He appeared to have been trying to modify a Christmas cracker. From the ground, Charlie made a mental note not to touch those at dinner.
I was just tackled by this great buffoon,
Fred replied, taking George's offered hand up.
In a hurry, Charlie. Yeah, sorry,
Charlie said, getting to his feet alone. George hadn't offered him a hand, but he supposed he had run Fred over.
Got to talk to Mum.
With a war cry, Bill tackled him to the ground again. Charlie fell, crushed by his older brother. Groaning, he looked up in time to see Fred and George exchange evil, identical grins and join the pile with war cries of their own. All the air whooshed out of Charlie, but thankfully, both twins had attached themselves to Bill. Charlie began to inch free.
Fred! George!
Mum shouted from the laundry room. Ron, Percy, and Ginny all peered out of the sitting room, obviously disturbed by the noise.
Honestly,
Percy said, shaking his head.
Come on, Ron, let's leave them to it.
Ron gave them a look, as if he was tempted to join, but then he looked at Percy and nodded. They disappeared.
Ow! Fred, get off!
Bill complained. Ginny, however, was still watching, with a wide grin on her face. Charlie knew what was coming before it happened. Ginny started toward them, hair streaming out behind her.
Bloody,
one of the twins began.
Enough!
Mum screeched, emerging from the laundry room. Ginny didn't slow down, she sped right on past them all and up the stairs, as if she had intended to do so all along.
Mum!
Bill and Charlie said in unison.
Not a word from either of you,
Mum said, planting her hands on her hips.
It's bad enough that Fred and George are behaving like animals, but to have the pair of you encourage it. Oi!
George protested.
We didn't start.
Mum held up a hand and he fell silent, wisely, in Charlie's opinion.
And I haven't even started on what a bad example you're all setting for Ron and Ginny. Right,
Bill said.
Sorry. But, Mum. Who are they supposed to look up to? Well, Ickle Ronnykins is so short he sort of has to look up to all of us, whether we're behaving or not,
Fred pointed out. Mum swelled.
Mum,
Charlie said, trying to show her the letter, but George was sitting on his hand.
Muriel and Bilius are going to be here in an hour, and if you're not helping, you're in the way. Now go.
Fred and George scrambled to their feet and took off upstairs, pausing to grab the cracker they had been working on.
You too,
Mum told Bill and Charlie.
But, Mum,
Bill said.
Not a word,
she warned.
Now, upstairs with both of you. And so help me, if there's as much as an argument between the pair of you tonight. Here,
Charlie said, thrusting the letter at her. She didn't take it.
I really don't have time for this, Charlie,
she said, throwing her hands up in the air. Bill started but Charlie elbowed him.
Enough,
she said again.
Stop this childish fighting and go upstairs.
She spun on her heel and disappeared back into the laundry room before either of them could say another word.
I'm telling her at dinner,
Charlie told Bill.
Yeah, after me,
he said.
Fat chance,
Charlie said hotly.
You. Upstairs now.
Came from the laundry. Neither needed telling twice. Outdoor space was what Remus had and Sirius did not. The reason Sirius wanted outdoor space became very quickly apparent when he and Harry stepped out of the fireplace. Sirius had sent Hedwig with a message saying that Remus had to come home for Christmas or Sirius and Harry would visit him at the camp. It sounded like just the sort of thing Sirius would do. Remus liked to think Harry would have more sense, and so Remus had made arrangements with Greyback to leave the camp for a few hours. Matt had sneaked home the night before to spend Christmas with his parents.
Merry Christmas,
Harry said, hugging Remus. Harry was in an exceptionally good mood, the scent was radiating off him.
Merry Christmas,
Remus said, and then stared at the sleek broomstick in Harry's hand. It was obviously the reason for the cottage visit.
Is that for me?
He teased, as Harry leaned it against the couch beside the two brooms Sirius had carried in. Harry said, looking to Sirius for help. Poor Harry was too polite and not possessive enough to make a big deal over it, but he was obviously stumped as far as responses went.
Sod off, Mooney,
Sirius said, grinning.
That's his. Yours is here.
He waved one of the other broomsticks, the one with a small red ribbon tied around the end. Before Remus could stutter out a thank you, or go to inspect the broom any closer, Sirius had given him a hug around a tower of wrapped presents.
You smell like dog biscuits,
Remus said, laughing. It was reasonably obvious what Harry had bought him. Sirius laughed and passed him all 4 parcels.
There's more on top of the broom?
He asked, stunned.
They're not all for you,
Sirius told him.
The small one's for Matt. We were going to send it with Hedwig but this way's easier. The heavy one's the thing you requested for Dora, the thin one is only yours until February, but the bigger one's all yours.
Remus put the parcels for Matt and Dora on the table and pulled the paper off the thin package. It was one of the mirrors. Remus didn't know whether it was Sirius or Harry's but he supposed it didn't matter, because either way he'd be able to talk to them.
Are you sure you want to give me this?
He asked.
It's only yours until February,
Sirius warned him.
Then Harry'll need it back. Thank you,
Remus said, incredibly touched that Harry had even thought of it. Suddenly, the remaining 5 weeks at the camp were looking far brighter.
No problem,
Harry said, grinning. Remus set it down on the table and opened the other present. His hand came into contact with something soft and wet and he recoiled. The present thumped to the ground and Sirius and Harry roared with laughter. It was a raw steak, in the spirit of his and Sirius Animagus-themed presents, a tradition which had started in 5th year. He laughed and pulled his wand out to vanish it, but Sirius plucked it out of his hand.
Trace, Mooney. Right,
Remus said, feeling silly. Harry, who had tensed at the sight of the wand, relaxed. Remus carried the stake to the bin and disposed of it and the wrapping paper, as well as the plastic that protected his other gifts. He washed his hands at the sink and opened the two other, clean, boxes that had been wrapped with the stake. One of them contained a large amount of chocolate. Remus was extremely pleased with that, and the other held 2 books and yet another box. One book was the next in a series by one of his favorite authors and one was a Muggle cookbook. Harry grinned when he opened that one and Remus grinned back.
Is this a hint that you would like to visit more often?
He asked.
Nah, you're just a bloody awful cook,
Sirius said. Remus poked his tongue out and Harry laughed at the pair of them. Inside the third box was what appeared to be one of everything from Gamble and Japes.
Really?
He asked, holding up a small packet of odorless itching powder.
We thought you might like to keep Grey back in line,
Sirius said innocently. Odorless, Remus thought, entertained. That's brilliant.
Anyone would think I was still 15,
he said, grinning like a maniac as Harry showed him a hair loss potion. Remus was imagining the possibilities for the full moon and had no doubt those thoughts had been in Harry and Sirius' thoughts when they had bought them.
Could be interesting,
Sirius said, looking worryingly thoughtful.
What?
Remus asked. Harry had taken one look at Sirius and smirked.
Nothing,
Harry said, looking at Remus with big eyes. Sirius looked smug.
Rubbish.
Harry just grinned and Remus let it go. If it was important, he'd find out eventually. He thanked both of them for the presents and made a quick trip to his desk drawer to retrieve the things he had got each of them.
Merry Christmas,
he said, as Sirius shredded the paper on his gift.
You got me something?
Harry asked wonderingly. Sirius paused to stare at Harry and then smile at Remus.
Of course,
Remus said, smiling at him. It was hard not to smile when Harry smelled so happy, though Remus wasn't sure what to make of the smell of surprise. Had he not been expecting presents? Harry beamed and tore into the paper, revealing an enormous box of Bertie Bott's. Remus knew for a fact that he had run out. A new watch. Harry's current watch was quite battered and several sizes too big. He suspected it might have come from Harry's cousin, and 3 photo frames, so that Harry had somewhere to store the photographs of Lily and James. Remus couldn't afford to buy Harry a broomstick like Sirius could, but Harry didn't seem to mind. He enthusiastically swapped watches and offered his beans around. Sirius took some, though Remus didn't. Sirius was laughing over the books Remus had picked out. One was a 700-page monstrosity dedicated entirely to Sirius' life and speculation about his escape from Azkaban. They hadn't even got Sirius' birthdate right, let alone any other facts, and Remus had picked it purely for entertainment purposes. The other, titled Magical Mother, was also for Sirius entertainment. Sirius was, predictably, amused that Remus had bought him a book for women, but was also intrigued. There were some interesting spells in there. One, for example, was a charm that made dirty socks chase their wearer until they were put in the wash. But, interested as Sirius was in the contents of the book, both Remus and Harry had to endure several minutes of Sirius doing motherly impressions. He alternated between his horrible old bat of a mother and an impression of what could have been Doria, Lily, or even Remus' own mother. Perhaps it was a mix of them all. Things settled down after that, and Remus caught them up on what had happened at the camp since he last saw them. That had only been 2 days ago, so admittedly it wasn't much. In turn, Harry and Sirius filled him in on things at Grimmauld Place. Harry had made a mistake with his form revealer and blown up the training room. He had a large burn on his arm that looked exceptionally painful, and that was after Sirius had healed it. Sirius had finished magicking his seedlings and wanted Remus to help them pick the best one. They were going to Godric's Hollow after dinner to plant it on Lily and James' grave. And, apparently, Creature had been up all night preparing enough food to feed a small army in lieu of tonight's Christmas dinner.
Creature wants us home by 6,
Sirius said, and Harry, to Remus' amusement, immediately checked his new watch.
It's 3:15 now,
he announced, smiling at them. Sirius bounced to his feet and rubbed his hands together.
We're going to need at least an hour to teach you how to fly,
he added, looking at Harry, who Remus thought might explode with excitement.
Come on. You got me a Nimbus?
Remus asked, picking up his new broom and getting a good look at it for the first time. Sirius grinned.
Sirius, this must have cost. Lots,
Sirius said, shrugging.
But I got a good deal because I bought all 3 at the same time. You actually went in to buy them?
Remus asked faintly. Spending that amount of money in one lot was bound to have attracted quite a bit of attention. And the last thing Sirius needed was attention.
I was disguised as Ludo Bagman,
Sirius said, grinning, as crossed the sitting room. Harry was already waiting by the door. Remus laughed and admired the golden writing that said his broomstick was a Nimbus 1700.
No one thought it was strange at all.
They found a patch of snow that was reasonably long, just in case anyone crashed, and also quite flat, because it would make taking off and landing a bit easier. Sirius talked Harry through the broom bonding process. Harry's broom shot into his hand the moment he set up, which Remus thought boded well for the rest of the afternoon, while Remus bonded his own broomstick. It had been so long since he had flown, his mother hadn't let him fly as a boy, and it was James and Sirius who had taught him how in first year. He hadn't flown since his order days, but when he hovered on the Nimbus, which was much sturdier than he remembered his old clean sweep being, it felt good.
What model do you have, Harry?
Remus asked, as Sirius looked over Harry's grip with a critical eye.
Galaxy,
Sirius answered.
And that's good, kiddo.
Remus frowned.
A Galaxy? I thought they stopped making those years ago, after that player died. They haven't been as popular since then,
Sirius said ruefully, as Harry paled.
It's the kid's own fault for using one in a league game. They're good brooms, nice and light, brilliant for maneuvers, and bloody quick, but they're not game brooms.
Harry still looked unsure.
You'll be fine, kiddo,
Sirius said.
Everyone has to start somewhere, and Moony and I will make sure nothing goes wrong.
Remus mounted his broom while Sirius helped Harry, and then they both hovered nearby while Sirius had Harry rise slowly, only to about 6 feet off the ground, and hover. Harry looked comfortable enough, but still a little nervous.
You're doing well,
Remus said encouragingly.
Now lean forward slightly and you'll move forward. If you want to stop, lean back,
Sirius finished.
But not too hard, or you'll do a flip and panic.
Flanked by Sirius and Remus, Harry managed to fly forward, stop and then do a slow turn. Both men stayed close to his sides to make sure he stayed on, though he seemed to be coping. After another 15 minutes of slow, low-level flying, Sirius deemed Harry capable of flying without them pinned to his sides. Remus and Sirius shot up until they were at least 30 feet and Harry, surprisingly, followed. Sirius did a lazy loop backwards and then pulled to a stop beside Remus.
Bludger,
he said, prodding Remus' shoulder, and then he was off. It was a game they had played for years, particularly when they'd had odd numbers, or only 2 of them were able to be there. The aim was to catch the other person and touch them, which made them the bludger. Most people stopped playing before they reached Hogwarts, but James and Sirius had played all through their Hogwarts years. James had even incorporated the game into Quidditch trainings, and sometimes added rules. One-handed flying, side-seated position, and time limits were ways of keeping it interesting. It was how Remus had learned to fly.
"Help me catch him,"
he said to Harry, who was sitting astride his galaxy, looking perplexed. Remus didn't wait for a response. Before zooming after Sirius, Harry would follow at his own pace. Harry's own pace turned out to be alarmingly quick. He shot past Remus like a bullet, headed directly for Sirius. Remus urged his broom to go faster, just in case. Harry was probably feeling overconfident, given how well he had done so far. Sirius glanced back and his eyes widened comically before he swept around in a large arc to throw Harry off. Remus flew toward Sirius, who was now coming right for him, only to have Harry appear out of nowhere and tap Sirius' shoulder. Sirius tapped him back immediately, and then Harry seemed to understand. Harry tapped him once more and pelted off at breakneck speed, laughing madly. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look and Remus took off after Harry, away from Sirius, who was kind enough to give him a few seconds to get ahead. Harry, however, didn't seem to need any help at all. Sirius had been right when he said the galaxy was fast and brilliant for maneuvers. Harry managed to dodge every one of Sirius' half-hearted touches until they were no longer half-hearted. Remus knew the instant Sirius started playing properly, but Harry didn't seem to have noticed. He twisted his broom out of the way of Sirius' reach and then corkscrewed upwards. Sirius flew after him and Remus, realizing he was well outmatched, returned to the ground to get a better view. What followed was probably the most impressive aerodynamic display Remus had ever seen. Sirius had been a good player, maybe even good enough to play for the league if not for Aurus and the Order, and seemed to have retained most of his skills, despite Azkaban. Harry was a natural, obviously something that he had inherited from James, and Remus thought he had seemed so slow to begin with was because he had been smothered by Remus and Sirius hovering. Without them pinned to his sides, Harry had unlimited space and nothing to hold him back. Sirius obviously had the better broomstick and years of experience to call upon, but in the end, it wasn't enough. In an attempt to throw Sirius, Harry dove straight down at a dangerously fast pace and Sirius, being Sirius, followed. Remus had his wand out, ready to cast a cushioning charm, but remembered in time that he couldn't, without setting off the trace. He watched helplessly as Harry plummeted. Even Sirius had snapped out of his competitive mode and was still following, but was much slower and looking concerned, and then, just when Remus winced, Harry pulled up sharply only inches from the ground. It was a near thing. The front of his broom snagged a few blades of grass, and Harry wobbled but managed to stay on and upright. Next thing Remus knew, he had zoomed up in a spiraling pattern and Remus relaxed, though his heart still seemed to be in his throat. Sirius wasn't going fast enough to pull out of the dive properly, and so he pulled up and did a practiced roll-off, landing on the snow beside Remus.
"Unbelievable,"
Remus said, looking up at Harry.
"James couldn't have pulled that off." "James could have with the right broom,"
Sirius said, but he looked impressed.
"Should have known he'd be a natural when his grip was right straight away." "Should have,"
Remus agreed.
"Padfoot."
In a blur that made Remus tense up again, Harry was down and hovering at head level, looking worried.
"Are you all right?" "Come here,"
Sirius said, waving Harry over. Harry complied instantly, obviously concerned.
"Closer."
Harry moved forward a little bit. Sirius reached out an arm and Remus knew what was coming before it did. Apparently, so did Harry. The moment Sirius touched his arm with a smug bludger, Harry touched him right back and launched himself into the sky. Sirius swore and flopped back onto the snow, laughing. They both watched as Harry flew around up high and then Remus turned to Sirius.
Reckon he'll play when he gets to school. If he flies like that, I don't think he'll have a choice,
Sirius said, grinning.
Old Minnie'll strap him to a broom herself. Do you really think so?
Remus asked, sobering.
Well, yes,
Sirius said.
You know what she's like. Not that. What if Harry's not in Gryffindor? Then she'll probably give him detentions during tryouts,
Sirius said, but he looked thoughtful.
Why? Don't you think he will be? I don't know,
Remus said, watching as Harry twisted mid-loop and zoomed off in the opposite direction.
I think he will be, but surely you've thought about it. Course I have,
Sirius said, drawing patterns in the snow. It had started to look vaguely like the Hogwarts coat of arms by the time Sirius spoke again.
I want him to be in Gryffindor. But if he's not, would you be disappointed?
Remus asked.
A bit,
Sirius said.
Not with him, just about the fact that he won't get to see the common room, or have Minnie as a head of house. Same,
Remus admitted.
Not with him, but just with the situation,
Sirius finished.
Yeah. But the Sorting Hat knows what it's doing, it put me in Gryffindor, didn't it?
Remus nodded, though the question had been rhetorical.
It'll put him where he belongs, and if that's Slytherin, well, good for him. He's still my godson and I'll still want him and look after him if he has Snape for a head of house,
Remus finished.
I'd forgotten that,
Sirius said.
But yes, even then.
Remus glanced at Sirius out of the corner of his eye. Sirius was watching Harry fly around with an affectionate smile on his face. It was the look James had worn when he found out Lily was pregnant. Remus turned away before Sirius saw him smiling. Sirius thought, had obviously smelled it.
What?
He asked.
Nothing,
Remus said.
What?
Sirius insisted, flicking snow at him.
Padfoot, you get.
Remus laughed, wiping snow off his face.
Nothing. Sawed off, Moony, it wasn't nothing. Was so,
Remus said, flinging a clump of snow at Sirius. If his him on the side of the head, and Sirius yelped when it made contact with his ear.
Here people!
Sirius, who had gathered an enormous clump of snow that was probably destined for Remus' face, froze, and so did Remus.
I thought I did,
a familiar voice said.
He's not supposed to be here, though. Where else would he be?
A man's voice asked.
I thought he was away at the moment,
Dora said.
Harry!
Remus hissed, thankful that Harry was flying low at the moment and could hear him.
Forest! Now!
Harry didn't question it, he took off at his fastest pace yet. Next to Remus, Sirius was fidgeting. The second Harry reached the tree line, Sirius shrunk his broomstick and stuffed it into his pocket.
Remus!
Remus didn't say anything to her, but he heard a thump near the door. He was just thankful they had chosen a place to fly that wasn't easily seen from any of the windows. The door opened a moment later and Remus looked around for Sirius, but all he could see was a familiar, shaggy black dog making its slow way toward the forest.
Remus!
Dora exclaimed, and then stopped. The man she was with stopped too.
What is that?
Stray dog, Remus said, surreptitiously trying to clear Sirius' imprint in the snow with his shoe.
Maybe even a wolf. Things wander out of the forest all the time. No,
Dora said,
I mean that.
She was pointing at his nimbus and looked impressed.
Oh,
he said.
It was a Christmas present. You've got a good friend somewhere,
she commented.
A very good friend,
he agreed.
A Nimbus 1700,
her friend commented.
Not quite as good as the Clean Sweep 5, but it's decent.
Dora gave him an incredulous look.
Not quite as...
Dora muttered.
You're kidding, aren't you? This is supposed to be the best broom out there.
Her friend looked sulky, and Dora looked faintly annoyed. Her hair was a reddish-orange and clashed with the red jumper he had given her. He was amused to see her wearing it, but it did look festive against her green skin. Keith opened his mouth, quite possibly to argue further, but Dora talked over him.
How does it fly?
she asked.
Brilliantly,
Remus said.
You're welcome to try it. Either of you.
He added.
Really?
Despite what he had just said, Keith looked rather excited by the prospect.
Go ahead,
Remus said. Keith set the broom down and said, up. It shot right into his hand and he mounted it. He grinned at Dora and shot into the sky. He was a good flyer, but Remus thought he'd have been more impressed if he hadn't just seen a 9-year-old who was quite possibly a better flyer. Dora pulled out her wand and cast an impervious charm on the back of her jeans. Remus hadn't been able to do one on himself with Harry around, and so he'd probably be quite damp when he got up.
Does he play?
Remus asked. Dora nodded as she sat down and said,
locally at the moment, but he's trying out for the Tornadoes in July. Is something wrong?
Remus asked. Dora looked over at him and pulled a face.
Is it that obvious? You smell off. Oh,
she said. When she thought Remus wasn't looking, she sniffed her arm. When he chuckled, her hair turned a vivid pink and so did her face.
I was just seeing if I could stop laughing.
He might have stopped if she hadn't been laughing too.
So is everything all right?
He asked, when they had both calmed down.
Training was a disaster,
she sighed.
Keith insisted on coming with me, even though I told him he wouldn't be able to watch. Mad Eye was furious that I had even brought him, and he made him wait in the atrium until we had finished the lesson. And then there was the party,
she said ruefully.
He didn't really know anyone, and the Pratt felt threatened by Melvin and Ben.
She said this with equal amounts of exasperation and affection.
Seemed to think I'd feel threatened if he talked to Florence and then McKinnon.
She shook her head.
I'm sort of grateful she was there.
She smiled sheepishly.
Keith started to make a disparaging comment about Mad Eye and she pounced. She was ruthless, actually. I'd probably have been nicer about it, but he got the point pretty quickly.
Remus had spent enough time around Sirius, who had often been on the receiving end of a telling off by Marlene, to feel a stab of sympathy for Keith. He also knew, however, that, while she was often blunt, Marlene was very rarely unjustified in what she said. As such, Remus could do much more than grimace.
So how's your Christmas been?
Dora asked in a forcedly cheerful voice.
Good, actually,
Remus said, a little apologetically. Dora laughed.
I have something for you,
she added, swinging her rucksack over her shoulder. She unzipped it and handed over a parcel wrapped in rainbow paper. It was so very Dora that Remus couldn't help smiling.
Thank you,
he said, tearing the paper off. Several shapeless lumps fell out. 3 turned out to be socks, which Remus was badly in need of. Dora, of course, was perfectly aware of that because she had access to his clothing at the moment. Another was a simple grey t-shirt.
"It looks good on you,"
she said, grinning at him. Remus laughed and unfolded the last 4 books toppled out, but he ignored those for the time being. It was a navy jumper and was so ridiculously soft that Remus had to resist the urge to put it on there and then.
"That's to make up for the one I stole,"
she told him.
"It was a present,"
he said, gesturing to the jumper in question.
"It was bribery,"
she told him.
"Remember? But I still felt bad. Here."
She picked up the 4 books that he had dropped. Remus laughed. "The 3 Little Pigs, Little Red Riding Hood, The Wolf, and the 7 Kids and the popular wizarding fairytale The Wolf and the Moon Calf were the books she had bought." She really doesn't mind, he realized, grinning.
"Thank you,"
he said again, referring to both the presents and the way she was handling the knowledge of his condition.
"No problem,"
she said, seeming to understand.
"Akio,"
he said, flicking his wand at his cottage. And then, because he didn't want a book-sized hole in his house, he added,
"Aperio."
The front door opened in time and the present he had Sirius pick up on his behalf zoomed into his hand, narrowly missing Keith, who had chosen that moment to fly low. Remus passed it to Dora without further ado and she tore into it with enthusiasm to rival Sirius. Her enthusiasm was not diminished when she saw what it was, a heavy, leather-bound book.
"Human Chameleon,"
she said, tracing the embossed title. Her eyes were enormous and her hair was the brightest yellow Remus had ever seen it go.
"Remus,"
she whispered, flipping to the contents page,
"where in Merlin's name did you find this? Would you believe me if I told you that a friend of mine bought it from a banshee?"
That earned him a laugh. He didn't think she did believe him.
"You don't have it, do you?" "Have it?"
she choked.
"No, of course I don't. Remus, there were only 10 copies ever made. I've read books about this book. I thought you might find it useful,"
he said, smiling.
Matt chipped in.
And so had Sirius and Harry, because it really was a rare and very expensive book.
"Because you've done so much for us."
Sirius had just wanted to buy her something, since his time in Azkaban had taken away his ability to do so for several years.
"This whole Malfoy thing's just been mad. I can learn so much from this,"
she said, hugging the book to her chest.
"They haven't been able to find me a teacher for the special skill in the program, but with this, notes from other metamorph magi, I can teach myself. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you."
She beamed and carefully cast a hover charm on the book. She obviously didn't want it damaged by the snow. Once that had been done to her satisfaction, Remus found himself in possession of an armful of deliriously happy Dora.
"I feel bad for just getting you clothes and books now,"
she said thickly, into the side of his arm.
"No, I like what you bought me,"
he assured her.
Are you crying?"
he asked incredulously, trying to get a look at her face. All he could see was her sunny hair.
"No,"
she said, sniffing as she pulled back. She wiped her cheeks on her sleeve and then added,
"Well, maybe a little bit."
Charlie opened the kitchen window and gulped in a few breaths of fresh air. Fred and George hadn't been able to get whatever it was they had been trying with the Christmas crackers to work, and had set a dung bomb off under Great Aunt Muriel's chair to make up for it. The entire kitchen stank like.
"Should know better. I like a joke as much as the next person, but you've taken it too far this time. It's absolutely disgraceful behavioral. Would you stop laughing, Bilious?"
Uncle Bilious attempted to smother a laugh, he did this by stuffing his fist into his mouth. Everyone at the table, except for Muriel, who had left in a fit of rage, Mum and Percy, snickered. Dad seemed to sense the danger and stood, with a hasty,
"Have I shown you my plug collection, Bilious?"
Uncle Bilious leapt to his feet and followed Dad out. Charlie made to follow, but Mum's eyes landed on him and he couldn't bring himself to go through with it. He sat, instead, while Mum continued to shout at Fred and George,
"Inappropriate! I have never." "I dunno, Mum,"
Fred said thoughtfully.
"I think it was pretty appropriate,"
George chimed, nodding at Fred.
"The old bat had it coming,"
Fred said, entirely unrepentant.
"She's just lucky it was only the one. We've got another 3 upstairs."
Charlie felt the color drain from his face. Next to him, Bill had gone an odd, grayish color. Both stood simultaneously. Charlie grabbed Ron while Bill threw Ginny over his shoulder and Percy was already at the bottom of the stairs. They made it to Ginny's room, something she complained about as she dangled over Bill, when Mum exploded. Percy slammed the door shut and fell against it, his glasses slightly askew. Charlie put Ron down and Bill tossed a squealing Ginny onto her bed. Charlie found a comfortable patch of floor, where he was immediately leapt upon by Ginny. He tickled her until she went away, and joined by Ron, who had found a deck of exploding snap cards. Bill and Percy, who had been talking in low voices by the door, joined them and they played several rounds before Mum, who had calmed down considerably, came to fetch them for pudding. Fred and George were nowhere to be seen and Dad was back and whispered to them all, while Mum was conveniently at the counter and out of earshot, that Uncle Bilious had gone home and wished them all a happy Christmas. The smell of dung bombs lingered, seeming to fuel Mum's irritation every time she took a breath. She sliced the pudding a little too forcefully and the color in her cheeks refused to drain out. Bill seemed to have noticed this, and while Dad and Ginny were clearing the table, turned to Charlie and said,
"What was it that you wanted to tell Mum, Charlie?"
Charlie knew it was a challenge, a dare, and he knew that, no matter what he did now, he'd lose. If he said nothing, Bill would certainly share his news and Charlie'd be the one telling her that she was losing 2 sons. However, telling Mum about Romania when she was in this sort of mood could have potentially fatal consequences. Unlike Bill, Charlie wasn't smart, and he was aware of that, but he liked to think he was slightly braver than Bill. And, because he was brave, not smart, Charlie reached into his pocket and produced his letter for Mum to read. End of chapter. Chapter 37, The Fight. Lupin. I require your conclusion on the trustworthiness of my Surrey search team members and several hours of your time to present my own findings on those in your team. I will be at the Leaky Cauldron at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Kindly arrive on time. Lucius Malfoy. Tonks scrawled a hasty thank you to Remus, who had probably had to go home to get Strix so that he could send this to her, all the while cursing the excellent tracking skills of Malfoy's ruddy owl. Strix gave Canis, who was coiled on Tonks' pillow, a cool look before holding his leg out for her to attach the letter to. He hooted once and launched himself out of the window and into the sky. She closed the window and watched him disappear into the clouds, at least until she remembered that she was supposed to be getting ready for training. She hastily swapped Matt's jumper and jeans. Lucius had been inspecting Matt today, with her own torn jeans and a weird sister's t-shirt. She was just pulling on socks when a tap on the window startled her. She fell off her bed, knocking her elbow on her bedside table on the way down. Muttering curses at Canis, who had started to purr, she got up to let Helga in.
"Hi, girl,"
she said. Helga, Keith's screech owl, swooped past her to perch on the back of Tonks' desk chair. Tonks had stopped hanging clothes there after Helga's sharp claws destroyed her harpies jumper. Tonks used her reflection in the window to choose a face for the night: blue hair, red eyes, and freckles. The transformation only took her a few seconds. She had been studying Human Chameleon at every spare moment since Christmas, though there hadn't been many, what with training, Keith, her 3 lives in the search, and saying goodbye to Tom and Charlie, who had left for Romania the day before last. But apparently it was too long for Helga. She didn't like being ignored. She hopped up and down, flapping her wings and hooting madly. While Tonks wasn't overly fond of Helga, she didn't really want her eaten either. Canis had stood, stretched, and prowled forward to sit on the edge of Tonks' bed. And, while he was small, Tonks had no doubt that Canis would come out as the victor. She sighed and took the letter, and Helga immediately chirped happily and settled down. Canis sat, tail twitching, as his eyes flicked between Tonks and Helga. "I miss you so much. Can't wait for tomorrow. Love you. Keith." Tonks stared at Keith's messy writing, not sure whether she felt more shocked, horrified, or happy. She flopped back onto her bed. Canis hissed and darted out of the room.
"Bloody Malfoy,"
she muttered. Thanks to him, she'd no longer be able to get to Keith's Quidditch game. They had been planning to have dinner afterward, to make up for not having seen each other since Christmas. But that couldn't happen anymore. She groaned and grabbed a piece of parchment and a quill and wrote a lengthy apology letter. She filled about 4 inches, with reasonably small writing, but didn't actually manage to say much. She obviously couldn't give him a proper reason, so the majority of the letter consisted of apologies and wishing him luck for the game tomorrow. She sent it off with Helga and sighed again, looking at the letter for a different reason. Keith had said he loved her. That made her happy, who didn't like to be told they were loved. But it also worried her. They had been dating 6 months, yes, but she didn't think she was ready to say it back. Would he expect her to? Would it upset him when she didn't? "Oh, Merlin," she thought, flinging an arm over her face. "Why does everything have to be so hard?" She did her best to shove those thoughts to the back of her head. She was too tired to think about it right now, too tired to think about much at all, really, and forced herself to get up. It was so very tempting to just pull her blankets over and go to sleep. She missed sleep. "But if I sleep now, Mad Eye will show up to drag me there." She pulled on her rucksack, which had a pair of Remus clothes in it for tomorrow, and also an outfit for her to wear as talk. "It's easier if I just go." Hopefully she'd sleep tonight. Assuming Mad Eye let her, she was staying at his house, ready for an early training session, but the last few times she had stayed over, he had crept into her room at some Merlin-cursed hour and woken her up with a shouted, constant vigilance. Mum had spoken to the goblins at work and had them teach her an anti-apparition charm, which Tonks hadn't yet been able to remove. It was Mum's not-so-subtle way of telling her to use the door instead of apparating straight in. Mum called her into the kitchen as she made her way to the front door. She was sitting at the table, staring at a neatly wrapped present, and holding a small, worn piece of parchment. "Andy," it said. Tonks had read it, and had it read to her, many times. "Merry Christmas, Sissy." The present had arrived on the morning of the day after Christmas. Dad was in Ireland with work and Mum was too afraid to open it without him there, though Tonks had offered to sit with her, or even open it for her. Poor Mum was convinced there was a secret message hidden in the brief letter and had spent ages reading and rereading the stupid thing. Dad was due home tomorrow, thankfully, and Tonks hoped he could talk some sense into Mum. Merlin knew she'd had no luck.
"Are you sleeping here tonight?"
Mum asked. Tonks shook her head and said,
"Mad eyes."
Mum watched her for a moment and then stood and pulled her into a hug. Tonks hugged her back, a little bewildered.
"Are you all right?" "You look tired, dear,"
Mum said, looking at her face. Tonks altered her features and Mum frowned.
"If they're working you too hard at the ministry, I don't have a problem with going to talk to them." "No,"
Tonks said, letting her head rest against Mum's shoulder.
"It's not the ministry, it's other things." "Like?"
Mum asked archly, releasing her. "Like pretending to be Remus and Matt and talk." She'd take on the burden again in a heartbeat, but she honestly couldn't wait for Malfoy to sack Remus, and wishing for that to happen made her feel exceptionally guilty, so that she'd be able to have some more time to herself. Remus' investigation was going slower than she had predicted, or maybe he was doing such good work that Malfoy's decided to not to fire him. She couldn't say anything about that to Mum, though. Mad-Eye, Remus, and herself were the only ones who knew about the search, and she and Remus were the only ones who knew about her pretending to be him and Matt.
"Just stuff,"
she said lamely.
"Well,"
Mum said,
"if stuff doesn't settle down, I'll dose you up with a sneezing solution and make you stay home." "You would make me sick,"
Tonks demanded.
"If I had to,"
Mum said, folding her arms. Tonks made a mental note to start checking her food for spells and potions like Mad-Eye did.
"Now, go to work, get a good night's sleep, and I'll see you after Keith's game tomorrow night."
Tonks' insides squirmed with guilt about Keith again, but she didn't correct Mum. Mum could believe she was still going to see him. It was certainly easier than trying to explain that she was working again.
"How can you be so bossy now, but not be able to open a present from your sister?"
Tonks wondered aloud. Mum's grey eyes narrowed and Tonks, recognizing the danger signs, said,
"Well, I'm off. See you tomorrow, love you,"
and bolted from the room and out the front door.
"I can't,"
Florence gasped, struggling to get out of Tonks' grip.
"Tonks, let go." "Nice try,"
Tonks said cheerfully.
"I'm serious,"
Florence shouted. The other trainees, who were grappling with their opponents nearby, looked over.
"Let go."
A little surprised, and a little put off by everyone staring, Tonks released her hold on Florence. Florence sank to the ground, shaking, and Tonks was alarmed to see how pale she was. Tonks helped her over to the side of the room, where they wouldn't be in anyone's way, and crouched down beside her. Florence's face was scrunched up and she was hugging herself.
"What's wrong?"
Tonks asked worriedly. She looked up for Mad-Eye, hoping he might be able to help her, but he was following another aura out of the room, looking irritated.
"Are you feeling sick?" "What do you think?"
Florence snapped.
"When did it start?"
Tonks asked, refusing to be deterred. She was often grumpy when she was sick too.
"I've been feeling off all day,"
Florence said, shivering.
"It's getting worse, though."
Tonks put a hand on her forehead, which was sweaty and quite warm.
"Do you want to see the healer or something?" "No,"
Florence said.
"I think I'm probably just tired." "It could be whatever Ben's got,"
Tonks said. They hadn't seen him for a few days, but Shacklebolt had told Finch, who had told Florence, and Melvin, who had told Tonks that he was really sick.
"I really hope not,"
Florence groaned.
"Do you know if Ben ever felt like he had been trampled by a hippogriff?" "No, I don't,"
Tonks said, smothering a laugh at Florence's dramatic response. Florence seemed to know, because her eyes narrowed.
Would you like me to take you home? I'm sick, not crippled,
Florence muttered.
But thanks for the offer.
Tonks smiled and stood back as Florence stood, which seemed to take a lot of effort, and walked over to Aura Finch. A short conversation later, Florence walked out clutching her head. Tonks joined Edwards and McKinnon. The first she managed to throw off with a bit of effort. Edwards was very tall and quite solid, but she had no luck against McKinnon. Both of them were able to throw her off with ease.
So who taught you to wrestle?
Tonks asked McKinnon as they retrieved their rucksacks from the corner of the room.
I had an older brother,
McKinnon said, with a very small, distant smile. Tonks stared. McKinnon never spoke about her family. The reason for that, though, was reasonably obvious now. It hadn't escaped Tonks' notice that McKinnon had said had.
And some rather exuberant friends. I also played Quidditch and did some other work when I was about your age.
Tonks knew better than to ask about that. She knew she wouldn't be given any details, but she knew it was something to do with the war, and that Remus had been included in whatever it was. She wondered, absently, how he was doing, and if he had got her thank you letter yet. Tonks and McKinnon left the defensive and offensive combat room together. Mad Eye still wasn't back, so Tonks figured he was waiting for her upstairs. The stairs that led up to the broom-covered exit were crowded like always, but unusually, the crowd didn't seem to be moving.
Augustus? What's going on?
McKinnon asked, snapping her fingers to get the attention of one of the Aurors.
He's got his wand out.
Someone said eagerly. Tonks thought it might have been Lori Patel.
Moody's going to destroy him,
Michael Brown said, beaming.
Excuse me. Sorry, Trixia, excuse me.
The crowd rippled and slowly parted to let Melvin through.
Tonks,
he said, when he saw her.
I think you should see this. What's happening?
McKinnon asked sharply.
Sorry, your boyfriend's here,
Melvin said.
Keith.
Tonks said stupidly. Melvin was too polite to say anything and just nodded, but McKinnon rolled her eyes and said,
Who else could he be talking about? He's the only one, isn't he? What in Godric's name is he doing here?
Then, worried that something might be wrong, Tonks started to squeeze through the crowd. Melvin was saying something to McKinnon in a low voice.
Excuse me, sorry, excuse me, move.
Edwards shuffled out of the way, but most of the others were still milling around.
Parvatijitam omnia,
she muttered, flicking her wand. The entire mob, herself, McKinnon and Melvin included, unfortunately, due to her non-specific casting, wobbled and then fell as one, with a loud screech. Tonks merely grew her toes back and hopped over the other Aurors and trainees. Sorry, she said, wincing when she saw Scrimgeour had been caught by the hex too. She could hear loud voices in the hallway. One was certainly Mad Eye's, and if Melvin was right, the other belonged to Keith. She didn't think she's ever heard him shout before.
Right to keep me from going down. I have every right, boy. You.
Tonks shoved the partially open door and tripped through it. Keith, and it was him, tucked his wand away and ran forward to help her up. Mad Eye watched them, frowning.
Watcher,
she said dazedly.
What are you doing here? Breaking and entering,
Mad Eye growled.
I came to see you,
Keith said, shooting Mad Eye an angry look.
And then I got intercepted by Moody. Aura Moody,
Mad Eye snapped. Tonks gave him a dark look.
And if I hadn't intercepted him, I was only... Shut up!
Tonks yelled.
Talk one at a time. I'll go first,
Keith said instantly.
So? Not here,
Tonks said. She grabbed Keith's hand and Mad Eye's arm and led them both down the hall and into Mad Eye's cubicle.
Do you two have any idea how much of a scene you were causing? He was causing the scene,
Keith said, pointing at Mad Eye, who folded his arms and said nothing.
I came to see you. What about this?
Keith said, pulling out the note she had written him that afternoon.
You didn't even give me a reason, you just said you can't do something that's been planned for days.
Tonks sighed.
Then what?
Keith looked troubled that she had changed the subject but said,
Then I tried to go down to see you but an aura told me I couldn't, so I asked her to get you for me but she came back with him and he wouldn't let me talk to you and he refused to take a message to you. Of course he did,
she said, confused about why that was a problem.
I was in a lesson. I'm your boyfriend. I'm her teacher,
Mad Eye growled. He frowned, suddenly, pulled out his sidekick, and then snorted and shoved it back into his pocket.
He could have let you out to talk to me,
Keith said, giving Mad Eye another angry look.
I was in a lesson,
she said again, still not sure why he was so worked up.
That letter isn't about anything so urgent that you couldn't have waited for a few minutes.
Keith's brown eyes widened.
I can't believe you're taking his side,
he said furiously.
I was in a lesson. If you want to talk, that's fine, but I wouldn't expect you to call time in a Quidditch game just because I wanted a word. But I would,
he said, looking hurt. Mad Eye made an odd sound.
Look, Mad Eye was probably grumpy,
Mad Eye growled and Tonks rolled her eyes.
And maybe a bit blunt, but I don't think he was being unreasonable by asking you to wait. He didn't ask me to wait. He told me to go home.
Tonks gave Mad Eye an exasperated look, but he didn't seem to care.
I said I'd tell her you stopped by,
Mad Eye said,
and give her the choice of following it up. I have every right to be here,
Keith said angrily.
Actually,
Tonks started, wincing.
I can't believe you're siding against me. Keith, I'm just...
Keith shook his head.
I'll owl you, okay?
He said, sounding hurt, and left.
Okay,
she said quietly. She wanted to run after him, but she knew that would probably make things worse. He'd want her to apologize, and while she was sorry for upsetting him, she wouldn't change anything if she had the chance to do so. Her hair, which had been orange, turned a pale blue and she flopped down into Mad Eye's desk chair, suddenly feeling very tired. Mad Eye gave her an uneasy look, as if he expected her to shout at him. She wanted to, but her rational side knew it wouldn't help much and that she'd probably feel even worse afterward.
It takes a special person to date a trainee,
Mad Eye said after a long silence.
What?
She croaked, looking up at him.
Dating's tricky for normal people,
he said awkwardly.
We're not normal people. We work long hours and we study technical branches of magic that most people struggle with and we're always in danger. That's not easy for a partner to handle. That makes me feel better,
she muttered, rolling her eyes. Mad Eye limped over to the spare seat just inside the door and sat down.
It wasn't supposed to,
he said in the gentlest growl she had ever heard him use.
It was supposed to make you see sense. So? What? Keith's not special.
she asked hotly.
That's not what I meant,
Mad Eye said, sounding tired. He opened his hip flask, sniffed the inside and took a sip.
He plays Quidditch.
Yes, Tonks said tentatively.
But not professionally? And he doesn't work. He trains a younger team. Doesn't count,
Mad Eye said.
Point it, he's got too much time, and you've got too little. I've had a few trainees in my time, and those that dated people who lasted were usually with someone who was also training for something. That way, the other person's got a distraction when things are busy. Like what?
Tonks asked. Mad Eye lifted a scarred hand and began to count his fingers.
I had one girl who dated a professional Quidditch player, 2 boys who've dated healers, and 1 girl who dated a boy in the Department of Mysteries. And there was another boy who had. They never called it dating, but it was obvious to everyone else. She was involved in the war effort. So? What? Keith and I won't last unless he becomes a healer.
She asked flatly.
That's rubbish. At the moment, he's got too much time and not enough maturity to handle dating a trainee. He thinks of you as a normal person, and you're not normal. You're a trainee. You're not better or worse, but you're different, and the sooner he realizes that and either learns to live with it or decides he can't, the better things will be for both of you.
Tonks couldn't argue with the fact that she was different, and she didn't like the rest of what he had said, but she suspected it was true.
You could make things easier for him, you know,
she said.
Maybe if you were nice. I'm mean to everyone,
Mad Eye said, gingerly placing his sidekick on his desk.
Not to me,
Tonks said, and Mad Eye's mouth twitched.
All partners, then. All of them?
Tonks asked miserably.
Except 2,
Mad Eye amended.
Why?
Tonks asked, smiling slightly.
They were special,
he said quietly.
Who were they?
She asked.
One was a healer. I think I've told you about Evans before.
Tonks nodded.
I don't think the other would want to be named. Why not?
Mad Eye just shook his head and glanced at his sidekick.
You should probably open that,
she said. Mad Eye gave her an unhappy look and muttered the opening phrase.
Auror Moody.
Scrimgeour bellowed.
Scrimgeour.
Moody growled.
What can I help you with? Find your trainee and bring her to the broom cupboard,
Scrimgeour said, sounding milder now that Mad Eye had responded. Tonks shrank in her seat and Mad Eye gave her a thoughtful look.
There are 20 people that need to be set right. You can't fix whatever she's done?
Mad Eye asked.
I'm sure we could, but as you're aware, Moody, human transfiguration is something that needs to be dealt with carefully, and I'd like to get home at a reasonable hour. More importantly,
Mad Eye said loudly.
How was she even able to land her spell? We weren't expecting. Constant vigilance.
Mad Eye boomed, and then in his normal voice,
We're coming.
Mooney whimpered and stretched out on his bed, waiting for the last of the pain to fade. It did, slowly, burning as it went, but finally he was able to handle moving. He stepped off the bed and over to the bathroom, where Remus had thought to leave a bowl of water. Transforming often made him thirsty. Mooney used the floor space to stretch again, which got rid of the last of the pain, then looked around for his pack mate, but his pack mate wasn't there. He whined and then growled. Maybe his pack mate was planning to leave again. Maybe Mooney would be alone again. Mooney's tail fell between his legs and he wedged himself under the bed and curled up. Mooney had just started to bite his own forelegs, partially out of boredom and partially out of anger at his packmate for leaving him, when a pair of big, gray-brown paws appeared in his doorway. Mooney pinned his ears back and growled. It was the owner of the scent that was all over this place. Remus didn't like the scent, and Mooney didn't either, though Mooney had more respect for the alpha than Remus did. Alphas, even bad alphas, should be followed. The alpha peered under the bed and huffed at Mooney, before baring his teeth. "Come out, or I'll make you." Mooney wriggled out and the alpha inspected the damage to his legs. Mooney was inspecting the damage that Remus had done. One of the alpha's ears, his tail, and one of his shoulders were bald. They stared at each other for a long time and then the alpha huffed again and Mooney averted his eyes. Another huff, this one followed by a bark, and Mooney knew to follow. The alpha led him into the big room where Remus spent most of his time and then outside, where Remus came and left from. Other wolves were there, but not Mooney's packmate. He bounced up to one black wolf and smelled her too late. She turned around and snapped at him. He snorted at her and went to inspect another who was dark-furred and about the right size. This time, he took care to smell first. It was a packmate, the man-boy that Remus spent time with, though not the one Mooney had been looking for. He nudged the pup's flank. The pup started and growled at him. Mooney whined and the pup's ears pricked up. He trotted forward, tail wagging, to lick Mooney's ear. Mooney's tongue lolled out and he sat patiently as the pup inspected his hurt legs and then took his turn inspecting a painful-smelling cut on the pup's back. Both sat down in the snow under a tree, pressed against each other for warmth, and watched as the rest of their packs socialized. The younger pups frolicked in the snow and followed the alpha around, while the older wolves had killed a hare and were fighting over scraps. Several of the elders were sleeping, though a pale golden wolf was alert and looking around. When she spotted Mooney and the pup, she extracted herself and made her way over. Mooney's hackles rose and he and the pup stood, ready, but they needn't have worried. Once she got closer, Mooney recognized her smell. She was the elder that Remus and the pup took care of. Even as a wolf, she still smelled of the outside world. She had only arrived that morning. He greeted her and she greeted him back shyly, before repeating the same greeting with the pup. The three of them settled down again and things were relatively peaceful, at least until the alpha returned. Mooney thought he had come to see how the elder was doing. The alpha barked at her and sniffed her ears, which made her look afraid, and then he backed off and came to stand before Mooney instead. Mooney huffed at him and put his ears back. "Go away," but the alpha ignored the silent message. The alpha snapped and Mooney yelped as pain shot through his ear. The alpha's bite wasn't playful like his packmates often was, or even a warning. It was an assertion, "I can do whatever I like." And Mooney didn't like it. Still, Mooney knew better than to retaliate. Remus might have had a chance with his wand or his wits, but neither Remus or Mooney had a chance in a physical fight. Mooney whined and pressed his ear against the snow to stop the stinging. The alpha made a funny noise that was a cross between a growl and a wheeze. Then he did it again. Remus would have called it laughing. Mooney backed away and the alpha moved on. The younger pups who had been following him, however, didn't. The elder took one look at them, dismissed them, and licked Mooney's hurt ear, surprising him. The pup growled at the younger pups and pressed himself closer to Mooney and the elder. The younger pups barked and huffed amongst each other and then advanced. The alpha had shown he had no regard for Mooney, the pup or the elder, and so the younger pups probably wanted to assert themselves. Mooney stood. Their heads only reached the underside of his chest, but there were 6 of them. The pup was taller than them too, they were at his shoulder, and after a moment's hesitation, the elder stood as well. The younger pups all looked their small leader. She had a fawn coat and was known to Remus as Green Tooth. To Mooney she was the beta. She snorted, and a spindly silver pup, an enormous one with a dark grey coat and another smaller one with russet fur, extracted themselves from her pack and advanced toward the pup, who looked unnerved but held his ground. The beta sent the other two in the elder's direction. That left her facing Mooney. She bared her teeth and circled forward. Mooney snapped his teeth together, warning her to stay back. The beta didn't listen, and Mooney resigned himself to a fight. He bared his own teeth and prowled around, keeping her opposite him at all times, with at least 2 yards between them. Mooney wasn't aware of much else. He heard others growling around him but didn't know who, and it was hard to tell how long he and the beta circled each other. Mooney's timekeeping abilities weren't anywhere near as good as Remus, but eventually, the beta got bored and lunged. Despite that, Mooney was the first to cause any harm. His teeth grazed the beta's leg and she yelped. It didn't deter her for long, though. She caught his tail and then his back leg in quick succession. After that, it was all a blur of teeth and blood and snarling, though it was obvious to Mooney that he was losing. Mooney had more experience being a wolf, but he had never fought to kill. The beta had, and had probably learned to fight from the alpha. After a few painful, but not overly effective, bites, the beta managed to get her teeth around Mooney's already injured foreleg. He crumpled. The beta moved to stand over him. The pup was busy with the beta's 3 pups, and the elder had submitted to the pups she was facing. No one was coming to help him. The beta's stained, red muzzle and gleaming teeth moved into Mooney's line of sight, and then everything was black.
Open,
Padfoot said, throwing the locket at the training room wall. It hit with a dull thud. The cushioning charms had been destroyed when Harry blew up his form revealer, and Padfoot hadn't put them back up yet, and bounced onto the ground. Padfoot summoned it back into his hand and threw it again.
Open.
Harry was lying on the floor, hoping that his animagus form would spontaneously come to him. He had been deterred by his 2 failures with the form revealer and was reluctant to start a third. He hastily closed his eyes. Watching Padfoot get angry with the locket wouldn't help.
Open, you stupid!
Padfoot dropped the locket and stepped on it again and again. Harry realized he had opened his eyes and shut them again. Everything was quiet for a moment. Unnerved, Harry opened one eye and saw Padfoot trying to prise the locket open. Padfoot had tried this many times before.
Right.
Padfoot said,
I'm off, before I go mad.
He threw the locket down and stalked out, muttering to himself about things to pack and how much he hated the locket. He was back a few minutes later, rucksack in hand.
I thought you had gone,
Harry said, rolling onto his side. Padfoot grinned.
Seen anything yet? Darkness,
Harry said gloomily.
Maybe I'm a big, black dog like you.
Padfoot barked a laugh and crouched to ruffle his hair.
Or maybe you're as blind in your head as you are physically.
Harry scowled.
Why don't you start on stage 1 while I'm gone?
Padfoot suggested.
It's a better way to spend your time than meditating, I promise you. Maybe,
Harry said reluctantly.
How long do you think you'll be tonight? Dunno. Longer if I get lost.
Padfoot joked.
I thought you said the tracking spell worked,
Harry said, frowning.
It did.
Padfoot made a face.
I think. It's a finicky little charm.
Padfoot glanced out the window.
I need to go.
He called Creature to take the locket away and left with a,
Stage 1, kiddo. Fine,
Harry said.
be careful.
He added, for all the good that it would do. Everything was black, because an enormous bundle of dark fur had just slammed into the beta and dragged her to the ground. Mooney stood as quickly as he could, ready to fight again if he had to, though that didn't look likely. The beta was struggling, pinned by the front paws of Mooney's packmate. For the first time ever, Mooney saw her look afraid. Padfoot snorted at her and snapped his teeth together a few inches from her face. She flinched, and the second Padfoot released her, she limped off, ears back and tail down. Her packmates stopped harassing the pup and the elder to pay attention to the new threat. Padfoot's hackles rose and he snarled. They were quick to follow the beta after that. One of Padfoot's front paws was bloodied, but otherwise he seemed as cheerful as ever. He greeted Mooney with a loud bark, while his tail danced back and forward. Mooney made a hoofing noise in response and Padfoot trotted over, nose twitching. He whined at the sight of Mooney's front legs. Mooney wasn't too happy with the way they looked either, but Remus could deal with that later, and then his shaggy head snapped up. He had noticed the elder and the pup. Both of them were watching with wary curiosity. Before Mooney could bark or do something to tell them that Padfoot was a packmate, Padfoot had bounced over to introduce himself. Mooney made a small, amused noise and limped over to join his packmates, truly glad, for the first time, that he hadn't stayed under Remus' bed all night. End of chapter. Chapter 38, A Perspective on Problems. Since their fight at the Ministry in early January, things had been good between Tonks and Keith. She had rushed Malfoy through his report and made it to the last half of Keith's game to surprise him, and they had gone out to dinner to celebrate his team's win. He had apologized for the way he behaved and she had apologized. She wasn't entirely sure what for, but felt that he had deserved an apology, and, with Mad Eye's advice still lingering in her head, she had done what she could to make things better between them. She had sworn him to secrecy and then, slowly over several weeks, told him what she could, and also several things she shouldn't have, about being a trainee. She told him about the Greyback case, and the legendary camp where he kept his victims. She told him how Greyback had been quiet lately, though she and Mad Eye couldn't work out why. She told him that she was also working undercover on the Potter Black case and that was the reason she had been so busy lately. She didn't tell him that she had been working for Malfoy, however, and she also didn't tell him that she had been pretending to be 3 people instead of 1, or who those people were. In turn, he had made an effort to be understanding when she had to cancel a date, and was also making an effort to be nicer to her friends. Unsurprisingly, he and Melvin got along swimmingly, brought together by their love of Quidditch, and Florence was less opinionated than Ben or McKinnon, who Keith tolerated and was tolerated, barely, in McKinnon's case, by the end of January, life had finally settled into a routine, with the only irregularity being Malfoy's random and often inconvenient demands of talk or Remus. Keith was sitting beside Melvin on the couch in Tonks' sitting room. He had been unusually quiet today, but Tonks figured he'd tell her what was bothering him eventually. Both he and Melvin were looking at Quidditch Quarterly, though Melvin was supposed to be studying for the stealth and tracking test they had in 4 days. Florence and Tonks were spread out on the floor, writing revision notes.
What are the 7 ways you can track someone?
Tonks asked.
I've got sight, sound and spells, but
smell, Florence said, immediately. She had been in Ravenclaw, after all.
Touch, by magical traces, and with legilimency.
That's right, Tonks said, scribbling them down.
Thanks. Stealth and tracking, right?
Florence said.
Yes,
Tonks said slowly.
What about it? S&T,
Florence said.
sight, sound, smell and spells and then touch, traces and telepathy. Telepathy.
Tonks laughed.
Legilimency,
Florence said, shrugging. She tossed her dark hair over her shoulder.
Don't ask why, I know it's wrong, but it works, so. Wait, what was that?
Melvin asked. Florence and Tonks shared a look, wordlessly deciding whether it was worth repeating. Eventually, Tonks sighed and relayed the information and Melvin nodded before his attention drifted back to the magazine.
Name a tracking spell,
Florence said. Tonks groaned. Stealth and tracking was her weakest subject in both theoretical and practical applications.
That one.
Tonks said vaguely, squinting into the distance as she tried to remember.
Very helpful, thank you,
Florence said, smirking.
Full marks for that. You've been spending too much time with McKinnon,
Tonks groaned, trying to read her notes out of the corner of her eye.
Answer the question, Nymphadora,
she goaded.
Don't call me.
Tonks muttered darkly. Florence ignored her.
Fine. The faux feather charm. Which allows one to track an owl over any distance and provides the caster with an exact set of apparition coordinates upon the owl's return,
Tonks recited.
Disadvantages. Even the simplest ward will displace the charm and render it useless,
Tonks said.
Which is why it's not used much. Incantation. Sequitur pinum,
Florence shot back.
How's it cast? Start with the wand on the owl's head and move it down the back, between the wings, stopping in line with the oi.
In a move almost too quick for Tonks to register, Florence had grabbed Tonks' notes and hidden them behind her back.
You were cheating. Was not. Stopping in line with the what, then?
Florence asked.
They. They. That's what I thought.
Tonks snatched her notes back and poked her tongue out at Florence, who laughed.
It's the secondary coverts, in case you were interested.
Tonks grimaced.
Okay, now ask me something. Name one important stealth spell. The cushioning charm,
Florence said.
How would you use it? Cast it on the outsides of your clothes and the bottom of your shoes to muffle any noises you might make,
she said confidently.
How would you find someone who was disillusioned? You might be able to hear them, you might see a slight shimmer where they're standing, or you could cast something like a hominum revelio to reveal their presence,
Tonks said.
Goo.
Florence reached into her pocket and pulled out her sidekick. Melvin had done the same. They shared a look and whispered the passwords. Keith obligingly put his fingers in his ears, as Tonks made him do whenever her sidekick went off.
That's odd,
Melvin said.
The clock hands are just spinning around. Probably a panic signal if she's not somewhere she can talk. Do you have a map?
Florence asked, sitting up. Tonks grabbed a street directory off Dad's bookcase, which was in the corner of the room, and brought it back. Florence muttered a few coordinates, and traced what looked like a map of London before looking up at Melvin.
That's Nocturne Alley,
she said quietly. That obviously meant something to Melvin, though not to Tonks or Keith, who exchanged confused and, in Tonks' case, worried looks.
Lansal?
Melvin asked. Oris Finch and Shacklebolt had been reassigned to another case, one which Tonks knew little about, because in the 11-month Sirius had been loose, he had made absolutely no attempt to get close to the long bottoms.
Must be,
Florence said, getting up. She flicked her wand and all of her books and parchment stacked themselves neatly into her rucksack. Tonks watched enviously, having never been able to manage any sort of tidying charm. Melvin's things hadn't even made their way out of his rucksack before he had been distracted by Keith's Quidditch magazine, so he had little to pack up.
Would you like me to go with you?
Tonks asked. Keith sucked in a breath.
No,
Florence said, glancing in Keith's direction. He had let out a relieved sigh.
We'll go to the ministry and let someone know what's going on and then work from there. Thanks for having us over,
Melvin said.
Do you mind if we use the fireplace? Of course not.
Tonks said.
Be careful, both of you, and let me know when everything's okay. We will,
Florence said, giving her a hug, as Melvin vanished into the flow.
I'll be in touch. Be careful.
Tonks said again, as Florence vanished.
Are they going to be okay?
Keith asked, patting the couch next to him. Tonks went and sat down, curling into his side.
I hope so,
she said, snaking an arm around his waist.
I hope Aura Finch. Nymphadora,
Keith said, looking unusually serious. Tonks had given up trying to correct him with her name. Aside from anything else, he'd know that she didn't like the statue he had bought her for Christmas, and she didn't want to hurt his feelings.
I was wondering if I could ask you something.
Tonks shifted away so that she could see his face.
What?
She asked.
Please don't get angry, or upset,
he said, holding up his hands.
Just listen, and then you can have your say, all right? All right,
she said warily. Keith swallowed and she wondered what it was. Did he have bad news? He must, if he thought she'd get angry or upset. Maybe he was breaking up with her, or maybe...
I think you should quit the program.
Her mouth fell open.
Please, listen.
He pleaded. Tonks swallowed several angry responses and frowned at him, arms folded over her chest. But, she didn't say anything.
Thank you. Look, everything you've told me about the program is great, I feel like I know what's going on now, you know? And I know how much you enjoy it. Then why would you even ask?
She began, feeling angry and hurt, but more than anything, betrayed.
Because I'm worried about you. You've got 2 cases on the go, as well as lessons for 7 different subjects, and I know you've been tired lately. And that means I should quit?
She asked flatly.
Look, life's about balancing, and you haven't been able to do that. I'm balancing,
she said defensively.
Nymphadora. Don't call me that,
she snapped.
I know things are busy at the moment, but I chose this. I worked hard to get in, and as much as I appreciate.
That word was hard to get out.
Your concern, this is my future we're talking about. I'm not just going to quit. What about our future?
He asked quietly.
As a couple.
He nodded.
It's important, right? Of course it is.
She said, throwing her hands up. He twitched, startled.
That's why I told you everything. I want you to understand, I thought you did understand. I do,
he said.
Sort of. And better than I did before. It's just... I'm worried about you. What if you don't come home one day? It's an occupational hazard,
she mumbled.
Exactly,
he said.
That's not fair to you or to me.
No, she conceded.
But it's something I've accepted and that you should too. And time together?
He asked.
I get that you're busy and things have actually been better lately, but I don't want to be pushed aside. I want to be your priority. I deserve to be your top priority.
You do, she agreed, and then winced, because this was going to sound absolutely terrible no matter how she put it.
But you can't be with everything else that's going on, and I'm sorry that that's the way it is, but... This is why you should quit,
he said persistently.
I'm not quitting,
she said, and he looked angry for the first time.
You're everything to me, you are the most important person in my life.
Tonks stared at him, feeling extremely uncomfortable with that declaration. Surely his parents were more important to him than she was? She hoped that was the case.
But to you, I'm just something to keep you entertained while you're not with the program, and then I'm a burden the rest of the time. That's complete and utter rubbish.
She snapped. She was so hurt that he could think that of her and knew that she had two options, she could cry, or she could shout. She picked the latter.
If that was true, then why the bloody hell would I have told you about the program? Why would I have introduced you to my friends, or... All right, maybe that was taking it a bit far.
She asked furiously.
Do you think so? Look. No, you look,
she said.
I'm quite happy to talk to you about anything that's on your mind, even if I may not particularly like what you've got to say, but I'm not just going to sit here and let you insult me and tell me I don't care about you.
She stood and stalked out of the room.
Where are you going?
He asked, hurrying after her.
To find something else to entertain me,
she said. She knew it was nasty and that he already felt terribly guilty. One look at his face was evidence of that, and that she'd probably feel awful for saying that to him later, but right at that moment, she was too angry to care. She was also aware that she was probably overreacting, but she didn't care about that either. She flicked her wand at the front door, which leaped open, and stalked out into the muddy front garden. She slipped, landing in the muddy, grassy, snowy mess on the ground, picked herself up and disapparated. Remus glanced over his shoulder to check that he hadn't been followed out of the main building. He hadn't, which was remarkable, in his opinion, given how closely Greentooth had been watching him since the full moon, and that was good, because he had spent all of yesterday with Sirius and Harry, and Greyback was beginning to get suspicious again. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, he thought hopefully. Since Remus was still quite battered after the full moon, with his shredded arms, scratched ear, and what he suspected was a strained hamstring, he was quite keen to keep Greyback as complacent as possible. That was even harder because Matt had sneaked home today for some time with his parents, and if Greyback found out, he'd likely be furious with both of them. Debbie, thankfully, spent so much time in her room that she wasn't guilty by association and had been more or less left alone. Remus checked his pockets to make sure he still had the letter from Malfoy. Apparently he wanted to meet with Remus first thing tomorrow morning, and since he had been given such short notice, Remus couldn't afford to put off posting it, and then he turned on the spot. He apparated onto his doorstep, breathing in the calming, familiar scent of home. He pulled out his wand, tapped the lock, and the door swung open. He stepped inside and found Dora curled up on his couch, fast asleep. Remus closed the door as quietly as possible and tiptoed in as well as he could with his hamstring in its current condition. He wondered what she was doing here and, more importantly, why she smelled of tears. He would have liked to talk to her, but he couldn't afford to waste time. Greyback or Greentooth could realize he was missing at any moment, and that would have serious repercussions for him and for Matt. He was also a little afraid that she'd cry. He crept over and tried to tuck the letter into her hand, but her fingers were too limp to hold it. He bent her fingers carefully, and slid the letter in, but it slipped right through. He made a little noise of frustration and was trying to put it in her other hand, when she stirred.
"Damn it,"
he muttered, stepping back so he wouldn't scare her. She jumped anyway, and gave him a bleary look.
"Keith,"
she mumbled.
"How did you find me?" "It's Remus, actually,"
Remus said apologetically.
"I've got a letter for you."
She blinked and rubbed her eyes, and Remus pressed the letter into her hand. Remus shifted a strip of his bandage so that he could get a look at his watch.
"Oh, it is you,"
she said. Then she jumped again, and her hair turned a brilliant pink, so bright it was almost blinding, though oddly, Remus found it welcome after the dull camp.
"I'm so sorry,"
she said, fully awake now.
"I didn't think you would, I just needed somewhere to." "Dora,"
he said firmly.
"Relax. You're more than welcome to use my couch."
"Thanks," she muttered. Remus looked at his watch again, but this time, she noticed.
"What happened to your arms?"
she asked, pushing herself up into a sitting position.
"Did Greyback?" "No. Some of it was me, but most of it was caused by a little savage called Greentooth." "It looks pretty bad," she said, wincing, but she hadn't seemed overly horrified by the fact that some of it was self-inflicted. He was grateful for that, though her concern made Remus fidget and try to hide his arms behind his back. "It would have been a lot worse if Greentooth had had her way," he said, shrugging. To his horror, she gave a bleak laugh, and then started to sob. Remus froze. He wanted to comfort her, so he'd have an excuse not to go back to the camp, but he also wanted to get as far as possible from her tears. And, with each passing second, it grew more and more likely that Greyback would discover he was missing. Remus glanced at his watch again, grimaced and sat down next to her. "Hey," he said, giving her shoulder a tentative pat. "Dora, I'm fine. All in one piece." "It's not that," she sniffed. "Oh," Remus said, at a loss, now. "Was it something else I'm so stupid, she said. Remus silently prayed for help, and for her to stop crying, and patted her shoulder again. "Dora, you're a very intelligent young wom." "Stop being nice to me," she said, which completely confused Remus. He decided to keep his mouth shut this time, and just rubbed her back. "Why you be being attacked at the sea camp and you hate it there, but you haven't complained once, and then here I am crying about stupid things like boyfriends when I have absolutely no right to complain about anything. What's wrong with me?" "Nothing's wrong with you," Remus assured her. "Except for the fact that you're crying and it's making me uncomfortable. You just need to calm down." "Why?" she hiccuped and looked at him with teary grey eyes and hair that was pink for embarrassment and a sickly green for guilt. "Why do I always cry around you?" "I really don't know," he replied. "If I'm with anyone else, I'm alright, but with you I just..." He glanced at his watch, feeling extremely rude for doing so, and winced. He had been away for 10 minutes, now. "Do you need to go?" she asked. It seemed she had spotted the movement. "I'm afraid so," Remus said, wincing again. "It's okay," she said, giving him a small smile, as she wiped the last of her tears away. Remus let out a little sigh of relief. It was nice to have some good company for a few minutes, at least. Tell me about it,
Remus mumbled, thinking that, despite the tears, she was the best company he had had all day. Matt had left before Remus woke and Debbie hadn't left her room. He checked his watch again.
And there I go again,
Dora said, exasperatedly.
Your problems are so much worse than mine. Merlin, I must drive you mad.
Remus smiled and shook his head and she grinned. He had to admire her composure. Most people didn't recover from an emotional breakdown as quickly as she, now twice, seemed able to.
Just... I dunno. Kick me or something next time. I'm not going to kick you, Dora,
he said, shaking his head at her again. Then he smiled ruefully.
Though I might get a kick or two if I don't get back in the next few minutes. Is it really that bad?
She asked, and Remus got a strong whiff of guilt, fury, presumably at Greyback, and irritation, that he suspected was directed internally.
I'd love to say I'm exaggerating,
he said, pulling a face.
But yes, it is that bad. Worse today.
He added as an afterthought.
Why?
She asked, tilting her head to the side.
Matt's not there. He's gone home for the day.
Remus hastened to add, forestalling the thousands of questions he could tell she had been about to ask.
Which is perfectly fair, because I come and go regularly, but it still makes for an unpleasant few hours.
He checked his watch again.
Why am I still here?
Dora didn't answer him, though Remus hadn't really expected her to, and was instead giving him a speculative look.
I could arrange for Matt to go with you, if you would like,
she said suddenly. Remus cocked his head to the side. Her features shifted and then a different, but still familiar face was looking back at him. Matt's face. Remus was sorely tempted to take her up on her offer. If he apparated them, she'd still have no idea where they were and wouldn't be able to find the camp again, even accidentally. It would be dangerous, but she was an Auror, well, an Auror trainee, so he wasn't even going to bring that up.
You let me cry all over you,
she said persuasively.
It's the least I can do.
Remus glanced at his watch again and said,
It's a pretty awful place to go, but if you want to come, I'm not going to try to stop you.
She'd probably try to follow anyway, and he did have a problem with that. Sirius had found him. He had told Remus yesterday that he had used a simple, but rather temperamental tracking spell, which had been attached to Hedwig. The false feather charm. Or something similar, Remus thought Sirius had called it. It was a spell he claimed to have learned early in his aura training, which meant Dora quite probably knew it. And, if she used it to find him, it would work, and she could accidentally, because he doubted she'd do it on purpose, let the location slip to Matt, who would then be duty-bound to investigate.
You won't stop me?
She asked, beaming at him.
No, though I'll warn you to be careful, and to follow my instructions.
She nodded, accepting this easily. Remus checked his watch again.
If you're coming, you need to get ready, and quickly,
he said, and she hurried down toward his bedroom to change.
It's in a forest,
Tonks whispered, not sure what she had expected. Remus had never exactly described the camp to her, but she had imagined buildings, not just snow and trees. It was eerie though, which she had expected. Aside from the wind, she and Remus were the only things making any noise, and it was starting to get dark, so everything was shadowy.
Were you expecting Hogwarts?
Remus muttered, sounding amused, as he limped along beside her.
No, where do you sleep?
She asked.
Do you have a den or something? You'll see soon enough,
he said, and she was surprised how quickly he had changed. Back at his cottage, he had been reasonably relaxed, once she stopped crying, at least, but now his shoulders were stiff and his tone was slightly harder than she was used to.
"Why are you limping?"
she asked. She had thought he had moved a little gingerly when they made their way into the garden to apparate, but it was much more pronounced here.
"Hamstring," he replied,
grimacing.
"Green tooth again,"
he added, before she could ask.
"Now, remember to—"
Remus stopped abruptly, moving ever so slightly to stand in front of her. Tonks squinted into the trees, but couldn't see a thing.
"What is it?"
she breathed.
"It's time to see if those charms worked,"
he whispered back. He had cast a variation of a notice me not charm on her scent, something she hadn't even known was possible, which wouldn't stop it from clinging to things she touched, but would stop anyone from smelling it on her. Or so they hoped.
"If anything happens, get out of here. Do you understand?"
Tonks nodded. Remus began to walk forward again, and Tonks followed him, being careful not to slip in the snow. They had only gone a few more paces when three figures emerged, seemingly out of nowhere, startling Tonks. One of them, a girl, laughed at her surprise.
"Lupin, Rosier,"
said the largest figure. He was tall, broad-shouldered with whiskers, matted grey hair and a very nasty smile. She immediately recognized Fenrir Greyback.
"We've been looking for you,"
he growled softly. Tonks shivered. The wind was blowing from behind him, and she could smell his sour, meaty breath from here.
"Greyback,"
Remus replied.
"Green tooth."
Tonks assumed that was the middle girl, maybe 4 or 5 years younger than Tonks, with straggly, blonde hair and brown eyes.
"Yellowpaw."
Yellowpaw was a tiny little thing, with very long, blonde hair and huge eyes. The moment Remus spoke to her, however, her face contorted and she snarled. Tonks stared at her.
"Did you sneak out?"
Green Tooth asked, pouting at Tonks.
"I wanted to play cards and I couldn't find you." "We didn't sneak anywhere,"
Remus said curtly, before Tonks could think of something to say.
"And we'd be delighted to play cards with you later."
Tonks frowned at Remus, wondering why he was treating her so harshly. Even if she had hurt him, she was only a little girl.
"So where were you?"
Greyback asked, watching them carefully. Tonks tried not to squirm.
"Walking,"
Remus said. Yellowpaw snarled again and Tonks gave her an alarmed look. She was quite wild.
"You were recruiting, weren't you?"
Greyback snarled, though Tonks thought he looked a little afraid.
"Recruiting who?"
Remus asked, sounding frustrated.
"The squirrels? A pine marten, maybe." "Don't you get smart with me,"
Greyback warned, as both Green Tooth and Yellowpaw made angry noises. Remus had just mentioned hedgehogs.
"Terribly sorry,"
Remus said.
"I'll try to keep the conversation at a level you can follow."
Greyback howled and charged forward incredibly quickly. So quickly, that Tonks was too stunned to do anything about it. Remus seemed to have been expecting it, however, and drew his wand just in time. Greyback skidded to a stop, inches from Remus. Remus pressed his wand into Greyback's shoulder, making him step back.
"Well,"
Remus said, twirling his wand between his fingers.
"I think I've lost my desire to walk any further. Matt."
Tonks nodded. Remus gestured for her to follow and stepped around Greyback and the girls. Trying to look as if none of this was new to her, Tonks walked after him. His limp was barely noticeable and she suspected he was trying very hard not to let it show. Tonks was relieved that they weren't followed when they left. Greyback scared her, and Remus scared her when Greyback was around, because she was worried he was going to get himself hurt.
What was that?
She breathed when she thought the others were well out of earshot.
I told you things were different here,
he said, sounding much more like his normal self.
I had forgotten you had met him, though.
He sounded angry.
Sorry,
she muttered.
It's not your fault,
he said, looking abashed. He had stopped walking.
It's mine. Upon reflection, it was stupid of me to bring you here when you're sense familiar to him. I didn't even think about. Remus, calm down,
she said.
He didn't notice anything back there. Only because we're both wearing notice me not charms,
he said, looking agitated.
He might not smell you on us, but we're bound to touch something, or have our scents caught by the wind. Is your sense of smell really that strong?
She asked.
That's what you got out of what I just said.
She gave him a sheepish smile and he just shook his head.
Do you still want to come?
He asked.
I'm already here,
she said, smiling.
Come on, then,
he sighed, gesturing for her to follow again.
We're probably safer inside.
It turned out Tonks had been right to expect buildings, and she felt a new wave of embarrassment over her comment about dens. In the middle of a rough ring of cottages was an absolutely enormous building.
No windows?
She asked, looking at it. Remus gave her a tight-lipped smile and led her over toward a door. Two men sniffed them, both Tonks and Remus held their breath, but after a suspicious look and a follow-up sniff, they were allowed inside. A large group of people were milling around near the door, taking off damp jumpers and soggy shoes. Tonks assumed they had just come inside. Tonks and Remus squeezed past, and Tonks knocked into several of them, most of whom turned around and snapped or growled at her, before they made it into clear space. Inside was bigger than she had imagined, and made her wonder if magic had been used to stretch the room. It reminded her a bit of Hogwarts, with the long tables and constant chatter, although she could tell at once that this was a much grimmer place than Hogwarts had ever been.
Are they doorways?
She whispered, well aware that most of these people had very good hearing.
You're number 64,
Remus said, and it was then that Tonks noticed each one had a number above them. 64 was almost directly opposite the door they had just come in through. They both crossed the room. Tonks bumped into even more people, and tripped on the leg of an ugly throne, and slipped inside. Tonks turned to close the door, and found there wasn't one. Remus had gone straight to a large rucksack and pulled out one of Matt's jumpers. Though he was on the other side of the bedroom, he only needed to take one step to be able to pass it right to her.
Where's the door?
She said, taking the jumper from him.
Don't you have any privacy, or? I told you things were different here,
Remus said again, far more grimly than he had before.
But privacy's a basic human right,
she started.
We're not human,
Remus said bitterly. Tonks opened her mouth to argue, and found that technically, she couldn't.
Do you really believe that? We're woe. Do you believe that you aren't human?
She said. Remus looked a little surprised by the question.
I don't know,
he said after a moment, and then gave her a curious look. Tonks wondered what he was thinking about, and then he shook his head.
Put that on,
he said, nodding at the jumper. Tonks pulled off the jumper she had transfigured back at Remus' cottage and replaced it with Matt's. Remus' nose twitched and he nodded.
Much better.
Tonks transfigured her old jumper into a silver ring and went to put it on. Remus started to laugh.
What?
she asked.
No one will look twice at it.
Remus pulled a face and picked the ring up. He held it for a few seconds and then dropped it back into Tonks' hand. Then, he showed her his palm, which had an angry red, circular burn on it.
Oh,
she said.
Yes,
he said, looking a little bit pained, but more amused than anything.
You didn't have to burn yourself,
she said exasperatedly.
What should I make it into? You know what?
Remus said.
Leave it as a silver ring, and we'll put it on Greyback's stupid chair. Then, when he sits down, he'll burn his AR. Are you serious?
she asked.
Assuredly not,
Remus said, with a smug little smile that made her think she was missing something.
But I do think this is a good idea.
He talked her into it relatively easily, and they left Matt's room talking in whispers. Remus was telling her about making Greyback's fur fall out on the full moon. Remus even cast a spell on the ring to get rid of both of their scents. Remus smelled it and said it just smelled faintly of a lot of other people, probably those that she had bumped, and he levitated it onto the throne. Tonks had a quick look around, but no one was paying them any attention. They went to his room, number 37, so that Remus could also change jumpers, and put a few drops of Dittany on his hand. Then, with a grimace, Remus led her back into the main area.
We can't stay in there?
Tonks asked.
It's too suspicious,
Remus said, rolling his eyes to show what he thought of that. They chose a spot at the end of the bench on the left, since that was close to both Remus and Matt's rooms, and also because it was several yards from anyone else.
Does Greyback let you do anything?
she asked.
Breathe,
Remus answered.
If he's in a good mood, that is.
He didn't appear to be joking.
Wow,
she said.
You saw what he was like,
Remus sighed.
He hates me.
He didn't sound overly upset about that, though that didn't surprise her. Someone like Remus shouldn't care what a monster like Greyback thought of him.
It's not just that, though, is it?
she said. There was something else about it, something that she couldn't quite place.
I'm afraid I don't. He's afraid of you,
she said. Remus' use of the word had made everything click together.
Isn't he?
Remus didn't seem surprised by Tonks' revelation. Remus inclined his head slowly.
Why?
she asked, and then thought that might have been a tactless thing to say.
Not that you aren't. Frightening, just that you. Mad?
Remus said, putting so much emphasis on the word that Tonks grinned.
Firstly, I'm very frightening. That's what I said,
Tonks replied, snickering.
Well good,
he retorted, grinning, and she laughed.
And secondly,
he said, sobering,
while I'm more than happy to explain it all to you, this isn't the place to do it. It's why Greyback's been so quiet lately, though, isn't it?
She pressed in a lower voice.
No one's seen him in London, or anywhere really, for over a month now.
And a month and a bit ago, Remus had made his hasty departure to save Matt.
Matt and I have been trying to figure it out, how were we so thick? It's because of you. I might be a contributing factor,
he admitted. Tonks leaned back, impressed.
Well damn,
she said, giving him a wry smile.
That means the case is going to go nowhere for another few weeks. Sorry about that.
Remus opened his mouth, as if he was going to say something else. Then, he looked as if he had thought better of it. Just as Tonks sighed and prepared to ask what it was, Remus spoke.
Perhaps you could use the time to sort out your boyfriend problems.
He said it gently, giving her the perfect opening to talk about it if she wanted to, but also let her know that she didn't have to talk about it if she didn't want to. Something in Tonks' chest still deflated at the reminder.
Perhaps,
she agreed glumly, and Remus gave her a sympathetic look.
No. I shouldn't keep dumping all of my problems on you. You've got enough to worry about. It's actually refreshing to hear about problems I can do something to help fix,
he said with a wry smile.
But if you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry.
Thanks, she said.
How's training?
He asked, clearly thinking this was a less touchy subject. It wasn't, after what Keith had said about wanting her to quit, but she appreciated Remus' effort.
It's good,
she said finally.
I've got a stealth and tracking test in 4 days, which I'm a bit worried about. Do you know about the false feather charm?
He asked randomly.
Faux feather, I think it is, but yes. Why?
Remus just smiled and shook his head.
How's Mad Eye? Good,
she said, and proceeded to tell him about Mad Eye's latest trap on his garden, muggle gnomes that had attacked her with little hammers and tripped her with their fishing line wire.
I swear he keeps buying new ones, because they're irreparable by the time I'm finished with them, yet every time I go back, there are 10 more.
Remus chuckled.
And the search?
He asked.
How's that going? No serious or hairy, but you're almost out of a job,
she said apologetically. Remus didn't seem overly fussed about that, but she supposed he had had a long time to get used to it, and he had had a taste of what life without the search would be like while he was here.
By the end of next week, I think Malfoy will have sacked.
She dwindled off, because for some strange reason, she was the only one talking. Remus had gone very still. A door slammed, and Tonks wondered if Greyback had returned. He wasn't by the door, but Greentooth and Yellowpaw, as well as several other children of similar ages, were positioned in front of it like bodyguards.
What's?
She began in a whisper, but Remus shook his head and she fell silent. His eyes were glued to Greyback, who Tonks could now see standing in front of his throne. In his hand was the silver ring.
She's here,
he said. Tonks didn't need to look at Remus to know he was just as horrified as she was.
I thought you spelled my scent off of it,
she breathed, without looking at him.
I did,
Remus hissed back.
I don't know how.
Greyback held the ring to his nose and inhaled deeply. Tonks was sure his fingers must be burning, but he didn't appear to care.
Come forward, my sweet,
Greyback said.
I know you're here.
Tonks stayed very, very still. Everything was silent again.
You want to play games?
Greyback asked.
Greentooth. No one comes in or out until she's found.
Next to her, Remus swore. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Greyback Unhinged.
Lupin. Yes.
Both Remus and Dora replied. Matt's face flooded with color, but thankfully her hair didn't change at all. He wondered absently if she had learned better control from the book he had given her for Christmas.
Sorry,
Dora muttered.
Habit.
Thankfully, Greyback either hadn't heard her, or didn't think anything of it.
You too, Rosier.
Remus and Dora approached Greyback's throne. Remus stood with his arms folded, while Dora had her hands in her pockets. She was probably trying to hide every bit of skin that she could, in case Greyback could smell her. If the charm on the ring had failed, it was possible that their notice me not charms hadn't worked properly either. Remus was worried, very worried, for Dora's safety and felt like a prat for bringing her here, though he couldn't for the life of him work out how Greyback knew that she was here. Greyback sniffed Dora first. She looked remarkably calm, even exasperated, under the scrutiny, while Remus prayed for her safety.
"Who are you even looking for?"
Dora asked, cringing away slightly as Greyback sniffed her short, dark hair.
"Her. Your lost sister."
Remus almost laughed. Greyback wasn't looking for Dora at all, he was looking for his mystery girl. Remus and Matt had dubbed her Smokey because of the whole smoke in the wind thing.
"I can smell her on the ring. It's faint but I'm attuned to it, to her. I know she put this here."
Greyback was wearing the ring now and Remus hoped that it was causing him a lot of pain.
"It's a message, a symbol of her defiance, I know it is."
The charms on Dora seemed to have held because he shoved her away. Remus growled, and moved on to sniffing Remus. A few seconds later, Remus was also dismissed and he led Dora back to their seats. They watched as Greyback singled people out, seemingly randomly, and sent them to stand in a corner. When Greyback had gone through the 100-and-something people in the room and singled out about 20 but still not found Smokey, he went a little bit mad. He seized one of the older women by her scarf and dragged her forward.
"Where is she?"
he snarled, shaking her.
"I don't know, father,"
the woman said, bowing her head.
"I swear, I haven't seen her."
Greyback flung her away and started on a little boy. Dora was trembling, with fear or rage, Remus didn't know, and was watching the scene in front of them, unable to look away.
"We've got to get you out of here,"
Remus muttered, drawing her eyes to him.
"This is my fault, though,"
she whispered.
"No,"
Remus said.
"He's not looking for you." "But he said he bit a girl a while back,"
Remus said, leaning closer to her, so that they wouldn't be overheard.
"And somehow, she's managed to keep herself hidden. Greyback's become obsessed, and I don't know how, but it's her scent that he's picked up on." "Yes," she breathed, "on my jumper." "You probably brushed against her getting through the doors,"
Remus said, remembering.
"And when you put on Matt's jumper, the one you were wearing left the protection of the notice me not. Besides, if it was just you, then he wouldn't have singled them out."
He tilted his head toward the group that Greyback was still harassing.
"I should be doing something to help,"
she said, and gasped and looked away when Greyback punched a man so hard that he fell over. One of the women who hadn't been singled out screamed, and then backed away when Greyback glanced in her direction.
"Matt,"
Remus said, holding Dora's eyes.
"There is nothing you can do. If Smokey comes forward, fine, but I doubt she will." "Smokey? The girl. We know for a fact that she didn't put the ring there because we did, and she's already proven that she's smart. If she was ever here..."
Remus had to admit that it was possible that Greyback was imagining things.
"She's probably far away by now and that means Greyback's not going to be able to find her." "That's bad?"
Dora asked.
"That's potentially fatal,"
Remus said grimly.
"For all parties involved." "Everyone to their rooms,"
Greyback snarled, dropping the neck of the man he had been questioning.
"We'll do this individually." 64,
Remus breathed in Dora's ear as they stood.
"Go straight to the bathroom and apparate out, I'll handle things here." "But,"
Dora fell quiet as Green Tooth walked past them.
"Coming?"
Green Tooth asked, gleefully. Remus didn't know whether it was because Greyback had a chance to find Smokey, or if it was because she had obviously disrupted an important conversation. Knowing her, it could have been either. Thankfully, Dora seemed to realize Green Tooth was talking to her, and nodded. Then, and Remus had to admit she had a fairly good handle on Matt's behavior, she gave Remus one last, slightly worried look and walked toward Matt's room without waiting for Green Tooth. Remus was pleased to see Green Tooth looking disgruntled by this, as she vanished into her own room. 66. Remus, meanwhile, was praying that Dora would listen to him and leave. Remus didn't waste any time going to his room once Dora was gone. He went straight into his tiny bathroom and pulled the curtain across. Then he closed the toilet lid and sat down on that because there wasn't enough room for what he wanted to do otherwise.
Expecto Patronum,
he murmured, thinking of Sirius and Harry. His werewolf burst out into the room and skidded almost comically to avoid colliding with the shower, though Remus thought he probably would have gone straight through the wall instead of into it. The werewolf lifted his nose and sniffed before baring his glowing blue teeth and growling silently. He then attempted to prowl around on the very limited floor space.
"Moony,"
Remus said, getting his attention. The Patronus patted over and Remus allowed him to sniff the back of his hand. Moony's nose was both warm and cold at the same time, and Remus' heart lightened a little. It was, though this was hardly surprising, like touching a happy memory.
"I need you to find Matt,"
Remus whispered,
"and tell him to come back now. He needs to apparate straight into his bathroom and then stay in his room until Greyback comes to see him. Greyback will ask some odd questions and Matt should answer them to the best of his ability. Matt shouldn't say anything about being away today because Greyback thinks he's been here."
The werewolf stretched and walked toward the wall.
"Tell him it's urgent,"
Remus added, as the Patronus streaked away. Remus sighed, feeling lonely again, and then got up, pushed the curtain back, and went to lie on his bed. Please go home, he thought toward Dora. He thought she would. Aura trainees were supposed to follow instructions, but one only had to look at Sirius and James to know that hadn't always been true. Dora was no different. She had shown that she had a strong independent streak, and while he admired it at times, it worried him now. Please, he thought.
"Rosier."
Matt, still slightly disoriented from apparition, poked his head out through the curtain. Greyback was standing there, eyes feverishly bright and breath coming in wheezy pants.
"Hold on,"
Matt said and retreated back into the bathroom. He fell against the stone wall of his shower, taking deep breaths. That was bloody close, he thought, and took a moment to compose himself. He flushed the toilet for good measure and then flung the curtain back and wandered into his bedroom. Greyback was still waiting.
"You showered?"
Greyback said, eyeing his wet hair.
"I thought you would be a while,"
Matt said, folding his arms. Greyback didn't need to know he had done that at home. He was glad he had. The last thing he needed was Greyback smelling his parents on him.
"I never said you could shower." "I don't recall you saying I couldn't, either,"
Matt retorted. It seemed Greyback hadn't, because, while he looked frustrated, he didn't argue. He did, however, grab Matt's neck and force him to sit down on the edge of the bed. Matt yelped as something burned the side of his neck, when Greyback released him, and started to pace, giving Matt the impression that this was going to be some sort of interrogation. Matt could see what appeared to be a silver ring gleaming on Greyback's hairy hand. He's lost it, Matt thought. He's actually gone mad. He wondered what had triggered it and if Remus had had any part in it.
"Where were you today?"
Greyback asked as he paced.
"With Remus,"
Matt said confidently. He and Remus had made a pact years ago now, that they'd cover for the other's absence in situations like this.
"Though I don't know why you're asking, because you saw us." Where did you go after your walk in the forest?
Greyback snapped, and Matt breathed a sigh of relief. His bluff hadn't been called. That was also worrying. Matt hadn't been there today, so if Greyback had seen them, as his response seemed to indicate, then why did he think Matt had been there? Remus was a good liar, but not that good.
Back here,
Matt said, deciding to play along. Maybe Greyback really had gone mad, and had imagined him all day. Matt wasn't about to question it.
Remus and I sat down and talked about decidedly non-suspicious things until...
Matt took a chance and gestured at Greyback.
This happened.
Whatever this bloody is, Matt thought. Greyback, however, seemed to understand, and Matt couldn't believe his luck.
Did you see or smell anything suspicious, Matthew? Oh, it's Matthew again, is it?
Matt asked, arching an eyebrow.
It's been rosier for weeks now. Don't disrespect me.
Greyback snarled, stopping his pacing. Matt shrank back.
And answer my question, boy. Did you see or smell anything? No,
Matt said.
I didn't. Where is she?
Greyback asked, seizing Matt by the throat again.
I don't bloody know,
he retorted, managing to prise Greyback's hands off. They were shaking, which was odd. Perhaps the silver was really starting to hurt him, or perhaps he had lost his strength with his sanity.
But as I've pointed out, I've been with Remus all day, doing non-suspicious things, mind, and since the rest of our lovely siblings avoid us like they're humans and we're you.
Greyback seemed pleased by the comparison and Matt hid a frown, upset that his barb hadn't bothered Greyback.
We haven't had any contact with anyone else. So you don't know?
Greyback asked.
I haven't the foggiest where she might be,
Matt said.
Didn't I just say that? You can go back outside.
Greyback, bizarrely, still looked cheered about Matt's twisted compliment. You're a nutter, Matt wanted to say. A complete and utter lunatic. But he didn't, and he followed Greyback out into the main area again. Greyback immediately went into the next room over while Matt scanned the area for Remus. Remus' eyes brightened when Matt sat down, though Remus was giving him a curious look.
Expecting someone else?
Matt asked. Remus looked amused by that, but also relieved. Matt decided not to ask.
So what the hell's going on here? I mean, it's a madhouse normally, but this... He thinks Smokey's here,
Remus replied.
Is she?
Matt asked.
Not as far as I can tell,
Remus said.
And what's with the ring?
Matt asked, scratching at the burn on his neck.
He thinks she left it for him.
Matt rolled his eyes.
Did she? No,
Remus said, and again Matt decided not to ask. It had obviously been an interesting day.
How are Robin and Cornelius? They send their greetings,
Matt said, shrugging.
Was it nice to be home?
Matt smiled.
Unbelievably, he said. I mean, I stopped by for about 10 minutes on Christmas before we went to my aunt's, which was great, but actually staying home. First thing I did was start slamming doors. Mum thought I had lost it.
Remus chuckled.
It's nice to have a day where nothing strange happens, isn't it? This tonight's more than made up for it,
Matt said ruefully, and then frowned.
Although there was one strange thing. What? Well, I had a shower to get rid of the smell of this place and then when I went looking for clothes that didn't stink like Greyback, there weren't any. He does stink,
Remus muttered.
He does, but that's not what I meant. I meant that all of my clothes seem to have gone missing,
Matt said.
the ones that aren't here, at least. How does that even happen? Mum said there must have been a break-in, but who steals clothes for Merlin's sake? Who indeed?
Remus murmured, apparently finding the whole thing very funny. Tonks materialized in the kitchen, figuring that at 9:30, no one would be around to tell her off for it. Things were beginning to get busy for Mum at the bank again, with the end of financial year only 2 months away and Dad was always in bed early because of his odd hours. They should both have been fast asleep. They weren't, however, and as soon as Tonks saw outlines of people, she adjusted her face into one that didn't look like Matt's, and that didn't look worried or scared. Mum, Dad, and Keith were sitting at the table, each clasping a cup of tea and talking in low, worried voices. Then, a second after she apparated in, the resounding crack startled them all. Dad slopped tea down his front, while Keith fell off his seat. Mum, on the other hand, didn't appear to have been startled by her sudden entrance, but was obviously unimpressed.
Nymphadora Gladys Tonks.
Tonks hated her first name with a passion, but there was also a very good reason why she used her last name and not her middle one.
Where in Merlin's name have you been?
Mum asked, enclosing her in a tight hug.
I went out,
Tonks said, shooting Keith a look. Most of her anger had faded, but it was clear that they had a lot to discuss.
You should have left a note,
Dad said, collecting everyone's teacups. He kissed her on the head as he made his way to the sink.
I'm glad you're okay, Dora. So am I,
Mum said, squeezing her again.
Though I'm sure I've told you about apparating into the house before,
she said in a dangerously low voice. Tonks hastily extracted herself from the hug, before Mum squeezed her tightly that she broke something. Keith was hovering awkwardly in the corner and Dad, who had finished with the teacups, took a look at each of them.
Dromeda, would you help me find that shirt, now?
Mum looked over at him, frowning.
I told you I put it in your wardrobe,
she said.
Are you sure? I'm positive, Ted,
Mum sighed.
If you weren't so untidy, then perhaps you would be able to find it without my help.
She walked out, apparently unaware that Dad had brought the shirt up to give Tonks and Keith some time alone. Mum was as cunning as the best of them, but Dad had years of experience dealing with her and knew how to get his way when he needed to. Mum usually picked it up, but always seemed to miss his subtle manipulations if he used self-depreciation. To Hufflepuffs like Dora and Dad, humility came naturally, while Mum, as a Slytherin, still didn't seem able to get her head around the concept that someone would be self-depreciating if it wasn't absolutely essential. Dad winked at Tonks on his way out.
So you're okay?
Keith asked.
I've been better,
she said honestly. She was a little shaken by what she had seen at the camp as well as worried for Remus and guilty for leaving him, even though that's what he had asked her to do. And then, of course, was all of her irritation at Keith for saying the things he had that afternoon, and also a myriad of other feelings that she couldn't be bothered dealing with right now.
Have you been here the whole time?
Keith shifted, not meeting her eyes.
You just walked out. I thought maybe you had just gone somewhere to calm down, but then you didn't come back. I was really scared,
he said in a small voice.
Sorry for scaring you,
she said, feeling a little stab of guilt.
So where did you go?
He asked. His eyes drifted over the jeans she was wearing, and the jumper of Matt's. Thankfully, when she had changed from being Matt, she had taken on the appearance of a tall, curvy woman who filled them out well enough for them to pass as women's clothing.
Because you weren't wearing that when you left. I changed,
she said lamely.
Yeah, I'd worked that out,
he said.
Look, about earlier. Don't worry about it,
she sighed, walking out of the kitchen.
No, not that. I still want you to think about quitting,
he said, following her out. It was strange to be babied by Keith less than 10 minutes after she had had Remus treating her like an adult, like an horror. Unsurprisingly, she didn't particularly like it.
I'm not going to quit, Keith,
she said, pushing her bedroom door open. Her afternoon and evening at the camp had left her with a stronger sense of morality than ever. He didn't seem to have heard. He had picked something up off her floor.
Nymphadora,
he said. Tonks cringed. It was a pair of boxer shorts. She had bought a few pairs back when she started pretending to be Remus and Matt. She hadn't borrowed those, that was for sure.
This is going to sound really stupid,
she began, as Keith dropped them and picked up a pair of Matt's baggy jeans. She had been in such a hurry this morning with Keith and Florence and Melvin coming over that she had just dropped everything on her bedroom floor. Usually she was careful with her disguise clothes, and, in a rather un-Tonks-ish manner that she had developed, kept them all folded in one of the drawers in her dresser. She wondered if she was channeling Tok, who had always struck her as the tidy type, or perhaps Remus.
Whose are they?
Keith asked, shaking the jeans at her.
There's no way they're yours. They could be,
she said, folding her arms.
I can be any shape or size that I want.
He just stared at her.
But no, they're not mine. Whose are they?
He repeated darkly.
I can't tell you his name,
she said.
He's the person I'm undercover as. I sort of borrowed.
Because she didn't want to tell him that she had broken into his house and raided his wardrobe.
His things. Even those?
Keith asked, nudging the boxers with his shoe.
No,
she said irritably.
Those are mine. Right,
he said, not looking as if he believed her.
They are.
She scanned his face.
Keith. Is that where you went tonight? To see him? What? No.
She said, and he seemed to believe her this time. He was quiet for a painfully long time. When he looked up, he was frowning and looked troubled.
Keith. I can't,
he choked, throwing the jeans down.
Nymphadora, I'm sorry, I can't take it. Keith, what? You didn't tell me it was a man you were undercover as. I don't see how it matters,
she began.
It just does, all right,
he said, running a hand through his short hair.
I don't like it, that you, no. Just no. It's my job,
she said.
It's a little odd, sure, and it's a bit awkward for me, but I have to. No, you don't,
he said.
Quit. I'm not. I was thinking while you were out tonight,
he said, sitting down on her bed. She shoved a few books back so that she could perch on the edge of her desk.
And I came to the conclusion that it has to be me or the program. Please don't make me choose,
she whispered.
It can work, I know it can, if we try. It shouldn't be this hard,
he said, aiming a kick at one of the shoes that was lying on her floor.
We shouldn't have to try to make this work, it should just happen,
she said flatly. He nodded.
I don't think any couple just happen, Keith. Maybe not,
he conceded.
But you can't deny things would be easier if you weren't working. No,
she said, folding her arms.
I can't.
She watched him for a moment.
That's what you want? An easy relationship? Don't you? It would be nice,
she said.
But it's not going to be that way. Not with the program,
he corrected.
But aren't I worth more than that? Aren't I worth the effort of putting up with the program?
She countered, feeling desperate tears stinging her eyes.
If you love me like you say you do, then shouldn't you be willing to try a bit longer? We'll sort something out. I do love you,
he said at once.
Nymphadora. The program,
she whispered. Somewhere, behind all of the swirling confusion, she was aware that his use of her name was probably what gave her the ability to make the hardest decision in her life, to date. She had been pretty sheltered.
What? I choose the program,
she repeated, brushing at her eyes, but she didn't seem to be able to stop the slow but steady dribble of tears.
I'm sorry, Keith, but if you force me to choose, that's what it'll be.
He gaped at her.
But, you can't,
he fell silent, looking confused. She wondered if he had been expecting her to choose him, and if she was a bad person because she hadn't.
I'm sorry,
she said again.
Keith,
He shook his head and stood, obviously keen to leave as quickly as possible.
Keith,
she whispered.
We can make it work with the program. I don't want to have to choose. You already did,
he said, and spun on the spot. He had obviously intended it to be a quick, and possibly dramatic, departure, but Mum's anti-apparition spells caught him and he was flung back onto her bedroom floor. He had managed to splinch his ear in half of his left hand, which Tonks reattached. She didn't plead anymore, because he had obviously made his choice and he was right, she had made hers, but she did try to talk to him. They had been friends before they dated, and for a few seconds she entertained the thought that they could at least preserve their friendship. Keith didn't respond to any of her feeble attempts at starting conversation again, however, and that hope was quickly extinguished. The second his ear and hand were fixed, he pulled away from her, stood, and left without saying a thank you, or anything for that matter. Tonks felt like something inside of her had shriveled up and died. Her hair grew long and lank and black, and she was still crying as she vanished the blood he had left behind. She hadn't loved him, not quite, but she thought she had been close. She felt horrible about losing him as both a boyfriend and a friend, guilty for not choosing him and even guiltier for how hurt he had looked. She flicked her wand at the door to lock it. She wasn't in the mood to have Mum or Dad come in. She slid off the desk and into bed, where she shoved a purring Canis off of her pillow and cocooned herself in bedding. Canis hissed at her from the ground and leapt up again, looking irate. He continued to hiss and make angry cat noises, and lash his tail back and forward from beside her covered knees, but Tonks didn't care. A moment later, however, his ears pricked up again and his tail stopped moving. Then, to her complete and utter shock, he tentatively made his way over her knees, around her elbow and sat down on her collarbone.
What in Merlin's name are you doing?
She sniffed, wiping her eyes again. Canis just gave her a haughty look, as if to warn her this was a one-time thing, and adjusted himself so that his tiny body was coiled between her ear and her shoulder, and the top of his head was pressed against her chin.
Thanks,
she muttered, and Canis gave her a dismissive look before he coiled up again. She was so surprised that she had even stopped crying. It was to the sound of his quiet heartbeat that she managed to drift into a fitful sleep. She and Keith were sitting in Madame Putafoot's, and the cherub was sprinkling confetti over her, but for once, she didn't mind.
Marry me?
Keith said, passing her a ring. Tonks spun it around on the table and watched until it toppled and lay flat and silver against the pink tablecloth.
"I can't,"
she said.
"We just broke up." "You want to break up?"
Keith asked, his face crinkling. Tonks nodded.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, passing the ring back. When it touched his hand, however, he howled, and when Tonks looked up, it wasn't Keith anymore. It was Greyback.
"I do,"
he said, slipping the ring on with a savage grin.
"No,"
she said, backing away. The cherub threw confetti at her, hindering her retreat, but she managed to fight her way free to the door.
"No, I don't want to marry you." "Why not, Nymphadora?"
Greyback asked, prowling forward. Tonks shoved the door open, but it didn't open out into the main street of Hogsmeade as it should have. Instead, it opened into a room filled with shelves and shelves of boxer shorts. She picked a direction and ran. She couldn't see him anymore, but she knew that Greyback was still nearby, and that made her wary.
"Where is she?"
she could hear him shouting. Tonks rounded another corner, and then another, and then tripped around a third. A strong arm steadied her and Tonks relaxed. It was Remus. He kept a firm grip on her arm and led her forward, and when Tonks pulled her eyes away from his calm face, she saw Green Tooth and Yellowpaw in bridesmaid dresses, gliding toward an altar, where Greyback was waiting. Matt, Charlie, and Tom were all in dress robes, watching proudly from the side.
"Remus,"
Tonks said, trying to pull free.
"I can't marry Greyback." "It's just nerves,"
he told her.
"No. Remus, please."
Remus smiled, as if he hadn't heard a word she had said, and passed her hand to Greyback before going to join Charlie and the others.
"Charlie, Tom!"
she shouted desperately, but they just smiled at her.
"No,"
she said, trying to pull free of Greyback. Mad Eye emerged from somewhere off to the side and began to recite vows in his growling voice. Tonks woke up, gasping, and didn't sleep again that night.
"Happy birthday, Mum,"
Harry said, tracing a hand over his Lily's name. In honor of the occasion, Sirius had charmed his hair the same deep red as Lily's, given him a generous amount of freckles but left his eyes the same bright green as always.
30, Lils,
Sirius whispered.
"Or you would be."
Lily had never aged past 21 in his mind, and he doubted she ever would.
"Godric,"
he said.
"When did we get old?"
He could hear them. Lily would have sighed and said she didn't know, while James would have laughed and pointed out that he and Remus were still 29. Sirius was also aware that 30 wasn't really that old, it was just an adult age. There were flowers on the grave again today, a single white lily, as there had been on Halloween, and a bunch of orange roses. Sirius suspected that if he counted them, there would be 30. He knew Marlene well enough to suspect she was responsible for those and felt both a pang of sadness and a stab of relief that they had missed her visit. The flower he, Harry and Remus had planted on Christmas was faring well. It was a lily, white, with orange and yellow spots in its throat. At the base of the plant were thick, green stems, which Sirius had added himself, with the help of the book Remus bought him for his birthday. At the moment, the stems were only a few inches high, but with time, they'd grow into antler-like structures that, if Sirius had done everything right, would curl over and encase the lily. Sirius had thought the design was appropriate and had layered the stems with charms that would protect the flower and allow the plant to grow, even if it was snowing. Sirius cleared a patch of snow with his shoe and eased himself down onto the frozen dirt. A moment later, he shuffled over to make room for Harry, who sat down beside him.
"All right, kiddo."
"Fine," Harry said, giving Sirius a sleepy smile. Neither of them had slept the night before, because they had been working on Harry's form revealer, which had been at its most delicate stage and needed constant supervision. It had been done successfully, thankfully, and Sirius thought this one might actually work. They'd know for sure in early March. Sirius pulled his mirror out of his rucksack and lay it down on the snowy ground with a murmured,
"Harry Potter."
Their reflections, lit by the light from the lamp-posts around the graveyard, swirled until they were replaced with darkness. Sirius and Harry waited for a moment and then Sirius ended the contact and put his mirror away. A very tired, very stressed Remus, Sirius hadn't seen him that bad since NEWT week, had contacted them at an uncivilized hour this morning to say something about Greyback, a ring, and a girl called Smokey. Neither Sirius or Harry had understood all that much of the story, but Sirius at least had understood the outcome. Remus would need to lie low until the aftermath settled, which meant that he wouldn't be able to visit for a few days, and he wouldn't be able to contact them.
"Do you think she knows?"
Harry asked quietly, looking at the grave.
"Knows what?"
Sirius asked.
"That it's her birthday,"
Harry said, looking up at Sirius with Lily's eyes.
"Yeah,"
Sirius said.
"I reckon she does. Not an awful lot got past your mum." "What did?"
Harry asked. Sirius almost said Peter but thought better of it. They were probably both thinking it, but there was no need to say it aloud.
"James,"
he said, grinning. Harry raised an eyebrow.
"Well, the fact that he fancied her. She thought it was a joke or something, I think."
Harry already knew that James had spent years trying to win Lily over, and that she had spent years turning him down, and so that probably wasn't news to him.
"Funny, really, that she was so perceptive with the rest of our love lives and so completely clueless about her own. How'd she figure it out?"
Harry asked. Sirius stared.
"I haven't told you." "No,"
Harry said, frowning. He was obviously thinking back.
"I just know they started going out in your last year of school." "I can't believe I haven't told you this,"
Sirius muttered. Just when he thought he had been an exemplary godfather, a massive lapse like this would pop up. Harry shrugged.
"There was an incident,"
Sirius said, launching, not unwillingly, into the story. He told Harry about Professor Gurdon, their 7th-year defense teacher, and his eventful first lesson of the year, and how Sirius and Lily had suddenly found themselves rather attached to each other.
"It was entirely Peter's fault,"
Sirius added, and, fond as he was of Lily, he was still extremely grateful that it had only taken 3 days for Pomfret to separate them. He then filled in what he knew of the following day, right up until the morning that James kissed Lily in the common room. Harry pulled a face at that, and scared the hell out of Sirius, Remus, and Peter.
3 days was all it took?"
Harry asked doubtfully.
"Well, 4,
Sirius said.
"Isn't that?" "I dunno, a bit quick?"
Harry asked, looking troubled.
"A bit,"
Sirius said.
"They'd known each other for years, though, and once your mum saw that James wasn't a complete git, she changed her mind about him pretty quickly. Don't get me wrong, it was weird at first. Lily kept waiting for James to revert, or something, and he wasn't quite himself for a few more days because he was so terrified that he'd scare her off.
Harry smiled but didn't have anything to say on the matter. Sirius could have continued with the recount but decided to save it for another time. Lily, finally working out her feelings for James, had been a little pool of light in an otherwise dark year, and Sirius didn't think Harry was ready to hear every horrible detail of the war just yet. There were things that had happened in 7th year that he still had trouble accepting. And he was 30. An adult. Harry's eyes were distant and so serious, unable to help himself, poked his godson in the side. Harry jumped and looked up, and Sirius couldn't hide his grin in time. Well, sort of an adult. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Ulterior Motives.
Ready?
Remus asked Matt, who snorted.
I was ready a few seconds after I got here,
he said. Remus grinned and closed his suitcase. Matt's rucksack was already packed and leaning against Remus' bed, and Matt had been bouncing up and down for the last hour, obviously very eager to get home. Home, Remus thought, happily, as they grabbed their things and left room 37. Goodbye for another year. He thought, not sorry in the least to see the last of it. He'd be sleeping with the door closed tonight and every night for weeks to come if past years were any indication, simply because he could.
Do you reckon Deb's ready?
Matt asked, scanning the main area for her. Remus had a look too, and spied Green Tooth wrestling with Silver Ear, as well as Greyback, who, unusually, was not on his throne and was at the table instead, with that stupid ring and a werewolf named Eric. They had been studying it for almost a week now, and both had the burns to show it, though Remus didn't understand why. Eric was intelligent, he was one of the few at the camp who had attended Hogwarts, and had been in Ravenclaw too, but apparently not intelligent enough to realize he was wasting his time. Greyback suspected an insider was helping Smokey stay one step ahead, but Remus not only knew this not to be true, since he and Dora were responsible for the ring, and were certainly not in league with the mysterious Smokey, but thought it was pointless. He had vanished both his and Dora's scents from the ring, and no magic could bring them back. Still, it had kept Greyback busy, and Remus and Matt had been able to spend their last days at the camp in relative peace.
Can you see her?
Remus muttered, and Matt shook his head.
Should we try her room? Can't hurt,
Matt said, leading the way over to Debbie's room. She was indeed inside and was sitting on the edge of her bed, waiting for them. She smelled nervous, but determined, and she murmured a quiet hello as she absently smoothed a crease in her skirt. Remus watched her for a moment, feeling strange. Next to Remus, Matt was frowning, and Remus took comfort in the fact that he wasn't the only disconcerted one. It took Remus a moment to realize why he felt that way. It was because Debbie wasn't wearing shoes, and she had a scarf tied around her bedpost, and she had a flower in a vase, that someone must have conjured for her, resting on her bedside table.
You're not coming with us,
Remus said, staring at her. Debbie wouldn't meet his eyes, she stared fixedly at her hands, which were clasped in her lap.
Are you? No,
she said quietly, still not looking at either of them.
Why?
Remus asked gently, as Matt exclaimed,
Are you mad?
That, of all things, got Debbie to look up.
No,
she said, rather frostily.
Seems like it,
Matt said. Remus wrinkled his nose, hurt and anger warred in Matt's scent, and it was like inhaling hot ash.
After everything Greyback said and done to us, you're going to?
Matthew, Remus said, and Matt stopped and stared at him. Remus rarely called him by his first name, and Matt knew he had gone too far when Remus did. Matt appeared to think things over and deflated the more he thought.
I suppose I'll see you next year, then,
Matt said quietly, stepping forward, as if to hug Debbie.
I suppose so,
Debbie said, not moving to accommodate him. Matt's arms fell back to his side and he stalked out without another word.
Are you going to tell me I've made a huge mistake?
She sneered, turning to Remus.
That I don't understand. No,
Remus said simply, before she could say anything else.
I'll admit to being curious about your motivations, but it's not my place to question your choices.
Aside from anything, it would feel wrong. Debbie was old enough to be his mother. While she was still relatively new to being a werewolf, she wasn't new to living. She knew what was best for herself.
No, it's not,
she said, and Remus was a little taken aback.
Is something wrong?
He asked.
You seem mad.
She asked crossly.
I'm not mad. I happen to like it here, thank you very much. No one judges me, and there are other people here that can't use magic and they fit in just fine, so. I had never intended to say mad,
Remus said curtly.
You don't like that I'm staying here? I don't like that anyone stays here,
Remus said.
I knew it.
Debbie exclaimed.
It's hardly a secret,
Remus said, irritated, and then calmed himself down.
Look, if you want to stay, that's your business and I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with you getting angry with me over nothing. Matthew did. I'm not mad,
Remus pointed out, and Debbie fell silent.
I like it here,
she said at last, in a quiet, almost defensive voice, as if she expected Remus to blow up at any moment.
It's nice.
Nice was. Well, maybe not the last word that Remus would use to describe the camp, but it was certainly up there with peaceful, fun, and inviting.
It's like an enormous family and I belong here. I haven't belonged anywhere since I was bitten. I'm sorry you feel that way,
Remus said.
Matt and I always tried to make sure you felt included. I know,
she said in a tone that gave nothing away. Remus couldn't tell if she was grateful for their help, or if she was mocking him.
Richard and Nancy have done a better job of that than you ever did.
That stung, though Remus couldn't say he was surprised. Richard and Nancy were from rooms 4 and 18, respectively. They were among Greyback's oldest and most loyal children. Remus hoped, for Debbie's sake, that they had been sincere about the friendship they had offered and hadn't approached her due to instructions from Greyback, to draw away one of Remus' little pets.
It sounds like you'll be well looked after, then,
Remus said.
I will be,
she agreed, in a tone that made Remus feel guilty. He and Matt had tried to spend as much time with Debbie as possible since she arrived at the camp, but hadn't wanted Greyback to start targeting her as well. They'd had to keep their distance at times, though Remus hadn't seen this as a problem because Debbie had spent most days in her room. Upon reflection, while it was suspicious for Matt and Remus to be anywhere other than the main area, the camp's other occupants didn't have those limitations, and he now realized that it had given Greyback, Nancy, and Richard time to plant the seeds of doubt and friendship in Debbie's mind. Should he have protected her from that? Could he have protected her from that? Remus suspected it was a lose-lose situation, though that didn't make it any easier.
Good,
he said, because he couldn't think of anything else to say, but she was clearly waiting for a response.
It is,
she said, and then stood. Remus hoped for a moment that she was going to give him a hug goodbye, but all she said was,
I'm going to find Nancy. See you next year.
And then she walked out, leaving him standing there, suitcase in hand. He sighed, at no one in particular, and left to find Matt. By the time he found Matt, who was glaring at Greyback from a nearby table, Remus was in a reasonably good mood again. He thought Voldemort himself could come back and it wouldn't be able to completely destroy Remus' happiness at the prospect of going home. It was unspoken between them that they wouldn't discuss Debbie yet, not for fear of getting upset, but because the last thing they needed was to have Greyback over here and make trouble when they were trying to leave. Matt stood immediately and they shared a grim look before approaching Greyback, who was still with Eric. Greentooth was sitting nearby, shooting Greyback resentful looks. Obviously she wasn't allowed near them while Eric was working.
Yes?
Greyback asked, looking away reluctantly. Eric made a little humming noise and flicked his wand. The ring started to tremble, and Remus tore his eyes away before he could be caught staring.
"We're going home,"
Remus said.
"Both of you?"
Greyback asked.
"Both of us,"
Matt said, nodding.
"We thought leaving separately would be too suspicious."
More like dangerous, Remus thought, but he had to choke back a laugh. Greyback said, and then growled, the ring was fading.
"What have you done?"
he snarled, grabbing Eric's jumper. Eric pushed his glasses up. The gesture, oddly, reminded Remus of Harry and James, and pointed at the ring. Remus was horrified to see that it had now become a jumper, and then relaxed, slightly. It was the one Dora had been wearing before she transfigured it to look like Matt's. Greyback couldn't trace it back to any of them, not Matt, not Dora, and not Remus.
"Until next time, then,"
Greyback said, after almost a minute of silence spent contemplating the jumper. He offered them his hand, and, seeing no way to avoid it, both Remus and Matt shook it. Greyback squeezed Remus' fingers, and his sharp nails cut into the back of his hand. Remus, who already had a split lip, black eye and several large, brightly colored bruises, was not pleased about the addition to his collection of injuries, but didn't say anything. He'd be home soon. That was all that mattered.
"And no suspicious behavior,"
Greyback said, releasing him. Remus let his hand fall to his side, even though he wanted to inspect the damage.
"Because I'll know, and I'll find you."
"Noted," Remus said, and they left the main building. Remus took a deep breath, breathing in the earthy forest smells.
"Free for another year,"
Remus said, immensely cheered by the thought.
"Yeah,"
Matt said, looking troubled.
"What?"
Remus asked, glancing over.
"I think I might know who Smokey is." "What?"
Remus asked, stopping completely. Matt had stopped too, and glanced behind them at the main building, which was now only just visible through the trees.
"That jumper,"
Matt said.
"I've seen it before. The girl who owns it is an Auror. She's the one that saved me that day in London, the one who cut Greyback's hand." "Are you sure it's the same one?"
Remus asked, positive that that jumper was Dora's, because he had seen her wear it several times in the past, and equally positive that Dora wasn't Smokey.
"I'm sure,"
Matt said.
"When I woke up in St. Mungo's, the Auror, you know the bloke with the funny eye, was telling her to go to you and she was definitely wearing that jumper. The knitting patterns made me dizzy,"
he added. Remus was quiet, but still positive that Dora wasn't Smokey. They started to walk again, and made it past Cyclops without any trouble.
"Do you think we should talk to her?"
Matt asked, as Remus was preparing to disapparate.
"The Auror girl?"
Remus asked, steadying himself.
"About what? If she is Smokey, she's not about to admit it." "Not that,"
Matt said, shaking his head.
She saved my life, so it's probably fair that we return the favor.
Remus gave him a blank look.
If I remember that jumper on her, then Greyback definitely will, and he'll start looking for her. And then it's not about if he finds her, it's about when.
Remus heard an odd choking noise and realized a few seconds later that he had been the one that made it.
You know the aura, though, right?
Matt pressed.
You could pass along the warning. Yes,
Remus said faintly.
Yes, I think that's a very good idea. I swear to Salazar that when I next see Rita Skeeter, I am going to hang her in our cellar by her ridiculous curls and feed her leeches until she looks like the parasite that she is.
Narcissa snarled, slamming the latest copy of Witch Weekly down on the table in the tea room on the top floor or St. Mungo's. Lucius didn't seem at all pleased by the article that had been published either. Malfoy's magical malady, unfortunate, or unavoidable, was Skeeter's latest article. Draco had been in and out of St. Mungo's with migraines and mental instability since he collapsed at the Pure Blood Christmas function. Somehow, Skeeter had managed to get her tentacles onto his admission records, and had quotes from Draco's personal healer about what was wrong with him. Narcissa had since seen to it that that healer was not only kept away from Draco, but had lost his job at the hospital. Skeeter also implied in her article that Draco's illness was caused by inbreeding. While Narcissa was furious about the breach of confidentiality, Lucius had been most angered by the insult to his bloodline.
Perhaps we should just feed her to the leeches,
Lucius suggested idly, while Narcissa took a moment to admire the deadly glint in his eyes.
We could always ask Draco,
he added, when she didn't say anything. Then he paused, and looked troubled.
Do Gryffindors seek revenge? They'll retaliate, I think,
Narcissa said, thinking back to the books she had been reading lately, and what she knew of Gryffindors, mainly Sirius and his friends.
Sirius snapped Uncle Orion's wand the night he left. But revenge? No. I think forgiveness is their preferred course of action.
She sighed and Lucius reached across the table to take her hand.
What are we doing, Lucius?
She asked, giving him a small, sad smile.
Sitting in a tea room that's in dire need of renovation,
Lucius said, curling his lip.
Perhaps a donation is in order. Perhaps,
she agreed.
But you know that's not what I meant. Do I?
He asked, smirking.
Draco will recover,
Lucius assured her.
And quickly, since you insist on bringing him to this. Well, call it what you will. I'm teaching him to depend on others,
she said calmly.
Your own worry's not a factor, of course,
Lucius drawled. She smiled, not deigning to answer, and let him win this one. She knew he thought she was weak for allowing her concern to show. She didn't care.
Besides, aren't Gryffindors supposed to flourish in difficult times? It seems to me that he'd be better without help.
Narcissa sighed, bringing Draco to the hospital when he felt ill would teach him to depend on others. But, that could occur in a trusting, Gryffindor way, or in a strategic, opportunistic Slytherin way. Leaving Draco to struggle through on his own could bring out hidden reserves of Gryffindor strength and bravery, or it could also make Draco wary and aloof and force him to embrace his Slytherin independence. Really, Gryffindor and Slytherin were two sides of the same galleon, and Narcissa had becoming uncomfortably aware of that fact in the past few months. It was a bitter potion to swallow, because she had always believed the two houses to be incredibly different. It was both humbling and embarrassing to be forced to question everything she had been taught as a girl, and she desperately wished she had someone to talk to about it. That, of course, was very Gryffindorish, and she had been forced to consider that Draco wasn't the only one whose personality was beginning to change. At first she had brushed off the worry, but as time dragged on and she guided her youngest son toward a more Gryffindor frame of mind, she could no longer deny that the things she was impressing on him had taken root in the corners of her mind. It scared her. The healers speculated that immense mental and emotional stress were causing Draco's headaches and fainting spells, though they did not, of course, know the cause, and that he was almost constantly on the verge of a mental breakdown. Narcissa thought that if things continued the way they were going, he might not be the only one. Lucius cleared his throat and she came back to herself with a little jolt of surprise. Lucius was giving her an unreadable look, and she wondered how much of her distraction he understood. Hopefully, he'd think it was worry for Draco. Still, best to not take risks. She assumed her own mask, blank and disapproving, and a little colder than it was warm.
"Shall we go back?"
she asked.
"The healers might need rescuing."
They had left Hydrus and Draco in Draco's hospital room. The boys had been immersed in a game of chess, but that was quite some time ago, now. They had probably finished, and whoever had lost, they were evenly matched, so it could have been either of them, would be taking out his bad mood on his brother, and whichever healer was unfortunate enough to stray into the room.
"A rescue mission, Narcissa?"
Lucius asked, arching a pointed eyebrow.
"How very noble of you."
"Noble indeed," she murmured, and hoped that Lucius never changed. Hydrus would need a strong, Slytherin role model, and she now doubted that he'd find it in her. And all of this, because Sirius Black stole Harry Potter, she thought, though she didn't blame either of them all that much. The pair she had seen in Diagon Alley back in December were innocents. Victims of circumstance and the Dark Lord and the parasites that disguised themselves as reporters. No, it wasn't their fault. The blame for her family's situation rested solely on three pairs of shoulders, the Dark Lord's, her husband's, and of course, her own. She could admit that much. Narcissa felt drained, all of a sudden.
"Are you coming, Lucius?"
she asked, standing. Lucius mirrored her, and she took his hand, and together they left the tea room. Narcissa played the memory of Harry Potter's carefree smile over and over in her head, and hoped to Merlin that seeing Draco smile like that one day would be worth the mess they had created.
"Watch it!"
a man snapped, shoving Lucius out of the way. A small, dark-haired figure hurried after him.
"Excuse me,"
Lucius drawled, infuriated that someone, probably a mudblood, knowing the standards around here, could be so rude to him.
"But I wasn't the one running." "Lucius?"
the man asked, spinning around.
"Ernest,"
Lucius replied, surprised.
"Narcissa,"
Ernest added distractedly, spying her beside Lucius.
"I didn't see you." "Hello, Ernest,"
Narcissa said in a calm voice.
"Hello, Pansy."
Ernest's daughter muttered a greeting, and Lucius curled his lip when Ernest didn't tell her to speak up. She was a pure blood and should know better than to mumble.
"Pansy,"
Ernest said, and she glanced up at him.
"Why don't you meet me there?"
The girl nodded and hurried away without another word.
"Sonia's not well,"
Ernest said, running a hand through his hair.
I don't."
The man was a wreck. He had actually started to tremble and he looked lost. Lucius sneered.
"You should be with your family,"
Narcissa said softly, but firmly, as she shot Lucius a look. It was the one she used when the boys wanted to take their rats out in public, and he wondered what he had done to earn it.
Yes,"
Ernest said, and Lucius thought he saw tears in the other man's eyes as he said goodbye and ran off.
"How utterly pathetic,"
Lucius commented.
The man's completely forgotten himself. I think it's understandable,
Narcissa said sharply. Then, before Lucius could even respond, she had added,
I certainly hope you would look a little lost if it was me that was dying. Well,
Lucius said, he paused, unsure how to answer her. It was a given that he'd be upset if something happened to Narcissa, but he wouldn't show it the way Ernest had.
Close your mouth, Lucius,
she quipped.
It's unbecoming.
Lucius snapped his mouth shut and glowered at her.
I'd be put out if you were dying,
he said stiffly, clenching his hand around his cane.
I should think so,
she told him and marched off toward Draco's hospital room. Lucius trailed after her, filled with grudging admiration. Not many people could disarm him, and of the few that could, fewer could do it with words. Hydrus had a lot to learn from Lucius. In Lucius' opinion, what Draco learned was negligible, at least until he was sorted, and then Lucius could begin conditioning him, but he also thought Hydrus had a lot to learn from Narcissa. The woman was formidable, even more so, Lucius believed, than her lunatic sister. When he arrived in Draco's private room, Narcissa had indeed rescued a healer. The man thanked her shakily and fled out of the room, past Lucius. Lucius entered to find Narcissa had already made herself at home. She and Hydrus were setting the chessboard, and Draco was propped up in bed, reading a book. Lucius stood at Hydrus' shoulder and watched the game. Unlike Lucius, Narcissa never went easy on the boys when they played. She had told Lucius once that if they wanted to win, they'd have to earn it. And, while Hydrus was a good chess player for his age, his mother had experience to back herself up with.
No,
Lucius said, unable to help himself.
What?
Hydrus said, glancing up. Lucius waved his cane at the board and said,
See the bishop? You would be better moving your knight there, to d3. There's even a pawn to be had. Knight to d3,
Hydrus said, after a moment. Narcissa's eyes narrowed as the horse kicked the pawn down. Then her eyes flicked up to meet Lucius, challenging him, and Lucius couldn't hold back his smirk.
Out of the way,
he told Hydrus, and Narcissa's mouth curved upward.
I'm playing.
Hydrus said angrily.
No longer,
Lucius said, nudging his son out of his chair.
Father. You may play the winner,
Lucius said, and Hydrus stalked over to the edge of Draco's bed and sat down to watch.
Bishop to a6,
Narcissa said.
Bishop to a6,
Lucius echoed, and had the satisfaction of seeing her scowl as another of her pieces was dragged away. Lucius was confident about besting her in this area. At least, Narcissa could handle individuals, but Lucius had always preferred to operate on a larger scale. It showed. Within a few moves they were tied again, and within a few more, Lucius was winning. When Narcissa's last piece, other than her king, was taken, she sighed. For a moment, Lucius wondered if she'd knock her king down before he could checkmate it. Then he shook himself. This was his wife and she never surrendered. She did quite well with her single king. She was able to focus on that piece, and that piece alone, which suited her type of strategy. Lucius lost a knight and 3 pawns and was wondering whether he ought to have left her with another piece as a distraction, when he finally cornered her.
Checkmate,
he said smoothly. Narcissa seemed to have expected it, because she lifted a finger and knocked her king over without hesitation. He toppled with a grumble and Lucius' pieces cheered.
I'm playing father,
Hydrus announced, his pale face set with determination. Narcissa vacated her seat and met Lucius' eyes once more before she went to sit with Draco.
And I want white.
Lucius twisted the board. He preferred to play with white too, meaning it was a very good thing Hydrus had those same instincts.
Manners, Hydrus,
Narcissa said, without looking away from Draco, who had put his book down and was curled up at his mother's side.
Thank you,
Hydrus said to Lucius, glowering at his mother. It was the same look Lucius had given her in the corridor. Narcissa smiled and stroked Draco's hair. Lucius shook his head. Narcissa thought that affectionate gestures, hugs, hair stroking, that sort of thing, were important for Draco's Gryffindor development. Children outgrew physical affection at the age of 5, or so Lucius' father had told him, and didn't resort back to it until they had a partner. Proper children should make do with the occasional pat on the back, or clasp of the shoulder, or they risked becoming dependent. Lucius had survived that upbringing, and so had Narcissa and the generations of pure bloods that came before them. But Draco wasn't going to be a normal pure blood. He was to be a Gryffindor. A blood traitor. Physical affection was something they thrived on, as far as Lucius could tell. Lucius turned away from the scene before him and back to Hydrus and the chess match. He agreed with Narcissa's methods of conditioning Draco for Gryffindor, but that didn't mean he had to watch.
Tea? No, thank you, sir.
It was a little odd for Dumbledore to offer Remus tea in his own home, but that was probably just Dumbledore. Remus fiddled with the fraying sleeve of his robes for a short moment before looking up.
Is it just me, or does this all seem a little familiar?
Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in a sad way, if that was even possible. It hadn't escaped either wizard's notice that on this day a year ago, they had sat in the same places and Dumbledore had given Remus the news of Harry's kidnapping.
Familiar, indeed,
Dumbledore said quietly. He pulled a sweet out of his pocket and offered it to Remus, who shook his head. Dumbledore popped it in his mouth.
So is this a social visit, sir?
Remus asked.
Or is there an ulterior motive?
Dumbledore's beard twitched and Remus continued with a small, wry smile.
Because last time you showed up in my sitting room. Would you call a well-meaning, but doubtless annoying, intrusion an ulterior motive?
Dumbledore asked pensively.
I don't know, sir,
Remus said.
Nor do I,
Dumbledore said, smiling as he sucked on his sweet. They both sat in companionable silence and then Dumbledore said,
No, I have no bad news to give but thought, Remus, that company might not be unwelcome after your time away. Forgive me if... No,
Remus said.
Sir, your company's very welcome. Thank you.
Dumbledore, not knowing that Remus had Sirius and Harry, had taken time off from the school to come and ensure that Remus was all right, and that he wasn't feeling too lonely.
Minerva and Hagrid send their greetings,
Dumbledore added, his eyes twinkling.
Tell them thank you,
Remus said, and Dumbledore inclined his head.
Who's winning the cup at the moment?
Remus added, curious.
Slytherin,
Dumbledore said, smiling slightly.
I imagine Snape's happy,
Remus sighed.
Not at all,
Dumbledore replied.
I asked him to complete a task for me several months ago and I fear he's yet to forgive me. What task?
Remus asked, doubting very much that he'd get an answer.
This and that,
Dumbledore said vaguely, and Remus smiled.
I was sorry to hear of your fallout with Lucius. My fallout?
Remus asked cautiously.
I know it wasn't in the note you sent,
Dumbledore said, his beard twitching again.
But I have other ways of hearing information, Remus. I understand you caused quite a scene in the leaky cauldron on Monday. I'm not in the search anymore,
Remus offered. He knew about the note. He had written a note to Dumbledore telling him that Malfoy had sacked him, Once the note telling him he had been sacked had come through from Dora, but the rest of it was news to him. He'd, or she'd, caused a scene? Now he had two things he needed to talk to her about, Greyback and Malfoy.
I had gathered,
Dumbledore said.
It wasn't right of him to insult you, Remus, but...
Insult me? Lucius insulted me. And Dora caused a scene. He didn't know how he felt about that, torn between feeling touched, vindicated, and embarrassed. Hopefully Dora hadn't said or done anything too bad while she was him.
I thought you wanted to be out there searching.
Dumbledore finished gently. Remus' insides gave a guilty squirm.
I didn't want to search,
Remus said.
I wanted to find. I understand it's frustrating. It's been a year,
Remus said. And he had been with Harry for almost 6 months of that year, and with Sirius for just over 5 months.
The search is no closer to finding either of them, and it's wasting my time.
He looked down at his shoes so Dumbledore wouldn't read the guilt or anything else that could give him away off his face.
Remus. I've thought about this,
Remus said quietly.
I know what I'm doing.
Sort of.
If you're certain. I am. What will you do with your time?
Dumbledore asked, looking concerned.
The Rosier boy no longer needs lessons and you won't be working anymore. I'll find something. Come September, we'll be in need of a Muggle studies teacher,
Dumbledore said shrewdly.
There's always that. I think I'm better suited to teach care of magical creatures,
Remus joked, and earned a chuckle from Dumbledore.
What's wrong with Quirrell? He's taking time off to travel,
Dumbledore said.
I think he's growing restless in the Muggle studies job. He's after something a little more hands-on, or so I've been told, and he hopes to get the experience required while he's abroad. Good for him,
Remus said, nodding.
But if Quirrell's getting restless...
Dumbledore chuckled. Quirrell had graduated from Hogwarts a few years after Remus and had always been incredibly quiet and studious. While Remus was hardly a rambunctious personality, he did like a bit of excitement.
Perhaps defense against the dark arts,
Dumbledore offered with a sigh.
Davy's beginning to have trouble with his eyesight and I suspect it'll only get worse as the end of term draws nearer. We'll be in need of another defense teacher soon, and I fear I'm beginning to exhaust my list of contacts. And you would want me?
Remus asked.
I've made similar proposals to Sturgis Podmore and Thomas Rattler, but yes, Remus. Your addition to the faculty would be a welcome one.
Remus opened his mouth.
Even,
Dumbledore added, guessing his next comment,
with your condition. Arrangements can be made as they were when you were a student yourself. Rattler?
Remus asked, instead of saying something self-depreciating. Dumbledore seemed to know that he had stopped himself, and smiled.
Thomas went through with the Pruitt twins.
Remus could vaguely remember a short, blond man with a friendly voice. He thought he had been a prefect.
Ravenclaw prefect.
Dumbledore continued.
Very bright. Is he an Auror? He was a hit wizard until 2 years ago and now he's working closely with Amelia in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement.
Remus nodded slowly.
And you know Sturgis, of course.
Sturgis had been a member of the Order and quite good friends with Benji Fenwick and Emmeline Vance.
How is Bean?
Remus asked, his mouth twitching. Sirius had given him the nickname when Marlene joined the Order. Sturgis had taken a liking to her that Sirius hadn't liked much at all. They had all moved past that. Marlene had shouted at Sirius until he apologized, but the nickname had stayed. Dumbledore looked torn between amusement at the reminder, and sadness. Obviously he knew where Bean had come from.
Still with wizarding law. And enjoying it too,
Dumbledore said. Remus chuckled. Even in the Order days, Sturgis, a Slytherin, and proud of it, had been argumentative, and prone to bringing up obscure wizarding laws as points of debate during quiet patrols or at Order meetings. Despite his expertise in theory, however, Sturgis was still a formidable opponent, and knew all sorts of unusual spells that he had come across in various legal cases.
I doubt I'll be able to pry him away to teach. He'd be a good teacher, though,
Remus said.
He would,
Dumbledore agreed. Dumbledore watched Remus' face for a moment, and then looked disappointed.
You're not interested? I thought you had always wanted to teach. I have,
Remus said.
It's just, right now things are sort of messy.
Unwilling to expand on that comment, Remus added,
maybe in a year or two. I may hold you to that,
Dumbledore said, looking amused.
And here I was believing there were no ulterior motives. None at all, dear boy,
Dumbledore said with a chuckle.
Though I did come bearing stories for you about Hogwarts's newest resident troublemakers. Oh?
Remus asked, intrigued despite himself. It was obviously a diversionary tactic. Perhaps Dumbledore had sensed Remus' unwillingness to talk about overly serious things today, and Remus wondered whether Dumbledore was getting worse at distracting him, or if he was getting better at spotting the subtle manipulations.
Poor Argus has had to relocate to the ground floor,
Dumbledore said in a grave voice. His beard twitched and Remus arched an eyebrow, inviting him to continue.
There was an incident with two rather spirited first years, a dung bomb, and his old office.
End of chapter. Chapter 41, A Moment of Clarity.
Here,
Padfoot said, passing him a cup. Harry gulped it down, grimacing at the bitter taste. It was March, and his form revealer was finally ready. They had watered it down. Padfoot had said something about the mind of a child, and Harry had remembered the conversation Dumbledore had had with Fudge and Umbridge at St. Mungo's when they talked about Veritaserum, which would hopefully stop it from doing any damage to Harry. What that meant, however, was that it would take longer for him to find his form. Or, for his form to find him. Padfoot likened it to wands, where the form chose the wizard, and not the other way around.
See you when I wake up,
Harry said, already feeling the potion pulling him toward sleep.
Night, kiddo,
Padfoot said, and Harry felt a hand in his hair before he slipped away. It was dark, wherever he was. He waited for his eyes to adjust, and when they did, he could see trees. Harry suspected a forest. A forest was a good place to find animals. Or to be found by animals. He wasn't fussed either way, though he felt silly in his pajamas. He sat down on the exposed root of a large tree and waited. Padfoot had warned him that quite a few animals would come to see him before the right animal did. Harry was expecting there to be more animals because of the weaker dose, and Padfoot had also said that an animal might not pick him on its first visit. Harry had resigned himself to a long night. The hare was the first to appear. It was black, with grey markings around its eyes and a white smudge between its ears. The white smudge was uncannily similar to the scar that rested on Harry's forehead. The hare hopped forward, ears swiveling and nose twitching, and it occurred to Harry that it was only a young one. Its ears were still quite short and it was smaller and fluffier than an adult would be. Harry shifted slightly and held out a hand, but that startled it and it darted away. Nothing came for a while after that, and Harry wondered whether he had managed to scare his form away. What if he was supposed to be a hare, and it didn't come back? Or, what if it had chosen him and he hadn't realized? All Padfoot had said was that he'd know. But what if he didn't? The next animal to appear was an owl, which inched out of a hole in a tree trunk. He didn't know what sort of owl it was, but like the hare, it was black, with a white mark, a feather, between its large eyes, where his scar would be. It was downier than Hedwig had been when they had first bought her, and Harry wondered whether it could even fly. It ruffled its feathers and clicked its beak at him, and Harry wondered whether that meant he had been picked. An owl would be a decent form, even if it wasn't something he had predicted. They seemed too wise for him. He wouldn't complain, though. He'd be able to fly whenever he wanted, and it would be a good disguise. Harry spent a few moments entertaining himself with the possibility, but when he glanced back up at the branch, it was gone. Harry shot to his feet and went to have a look, but no signs of it remained. Not a feather, or even the hole it had come out of were anywhere to be seen. Confused, and feeling like he'd have a serious headache when this ordeal was over, Harry sat down again and waited. The next animal to emerge was the one he had expected a visit from at some point, and the one he dreaded being picked by, and also dreaded not being picked by. It was a young stag with a dark brown coat and only a few inches of antler starting to grow on its head. Despite that, it trotted forward with its head held high. It gave its tail a little wag and pushed its nose into Harry's outstretched hand, but Harry didn't feel as if he had been picked. He thought the young stag just wanted to butt heads with something. Up close, Harry could see a discolored patch of fur in the shape of a lightning bolt. Eventually, the stag seemed to get bored with him and pranced off, though it did glance back at one point, and Harry got the impression it was looking for admiration. He gave it a little wave and it vanished with a satisfied toss of its head. Harry was expecting something large, since the animals had all become progressively bigger, and so was surprised when something slithered over his bare foot. It was a black snake, a viper, he thought, and he immediately froze. Dudley had once found a grass snake in the back garden and Aunt Petunia had shrieked at him to stand still until it went away. It hissed at him and wrapped itself around his ankle. Again, Harry didn't feel like he had been picked. He thought it wanted to unnerve him, but Harry knew he couldn't be poisoned in a dream and so wasn't afraid of it. It too seemed to want attention, because its tongue kept flicking against Harry's pajama-covered leg, and it kept moving, just to make sure his attention was wholly focused on it. Like the stag had, however, it seemed to get bored and slithered away after a few moments. After the snake was a blackbird, which, like the hare, was frightened away the moment Harry moved. After that was a cat, which had judged him with large, green eyes before flicking its tail and sauntering away again. There had even been a dog that vaguely resembled Padfoot's dog form, with its black fur, lean build and seemingly limitless energy, the dog had bounded over and started to lick Harry's face, before coaxing him to chase it around for a bit. The dog vanished like the owl had, when Harry wasn't looking.
"Would you sit still?"
Remus said, throwing a piece of toast at Sirius.
"Honestly, if you're that worried, just go and check on him." "I don't want to disrupt the process,"
Remus said, rolling his eyes.
"You've said."
Sirius pulled a face and kept pacing. Harry had taken the potion last night before bed so that he wouldn't lose any time. In theory, anyway, Sirius had been up at 6, as he was most mornings, and had expected Harry to wake up not long after. Remus had arrived at 9 and Harry was still asleep, or Sirius assumed he was. He hadn't come bounding downstairs to share his news. Sirius picked up the toast Remus had thrown, vanished it, and kept pacing.
"Sirius!"
Remus said exasperatedly.
"Sit!"
Sirius sat and then cursed himself for doing so. He leapt back to his feet, making Remus laugh all the harder, and threw himself into his chair, scowling.
"I'm so glad you never outgrew that,"
Remus said, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes.
"Sod off, Moony,"
Sirius said, raising 2 fingers in his direction. Without hesitation, Sirius wondered if he had anticipated it. Remus flicked his wand and Sirius' fingers snapped together. Sirius wiggled them and then pulled out his wand and muttered,
"Finite incantatum."
Oddly, it didn't work, and they stayed stuck together.
"It's in that book of parenting spells I bought you for Christmas,"
Remus said, as Sirius attempted to pry his fingers apart.
"If you want the counter charm, go and look it up." "You could do it for me,"
Sirius said hopefully.
"I could,"
Remus agreed.
"But I'm not going to. This'll keep you occupied for a few minutes at least."
He helped himself to another piece of toast. Sirius glowered at him, but Remus didn't seem to notice or care.
"Fine,"
Sirius grumbled and stomped out. He walked upstairs to fetch the book instead of summoning it. Remus was right that it was a good way to kill time, but he didn't stay in the library. He carried the book upstairs and settled himself in Harry's desk chair, beside the bed. Harry lay very still, occasionally making small, indistinguishable noises. It was unnerving because Harry, like James, was usually a very vocal, very restless sleeper. Sirius flicked past the introduction. Interesting as some of the spells might be, he didn't need to know the life story of the witch who had written it, and those several chapters of household charms and recipes before he reached the dealing with children section.
"Broccoli bashing charm,"
Sirius muttered under his breath. The illustration showed a child being attacked by her vegetables. It appeared it wasn't limited to broccoli, until she gave in and ate them. A side note warned parents to be careful. The charm was countered by saliva on the vegetable, not by actual consumption, and clever children could work this out. He shook his head and schemed through until he found the page he was looking for.
"Disrespectful digit jinx. Hey."
Apparently the usual finite hadn't worked because the spell was aimed at older children, or husbands, according to the author, who would be able to counter it easily. Sirius had to admire the logic behind that and found the counter spell at the bottom of the page. He grimaced and pulled his wand out of his pocket.
"Disrespectful digits, discouraged,"
he said, feeling like a complete prat. It worked though, thankfully, and he had a bit more of a look through the book before he shut it and moved a few things to make room for it on Harry's bedside table. Sirius checked his watch. The one Regulus had been given when he turned 17. Sirius, which he had received from Charles and Doria, was probably locked up in a ministry facility with the rest of the things he had owned before Azkaban. It was now 11, meaning Harry had been asleep for nearly 13 hours. Sirius didn't think anything could have gone wrong with the potion. He had supervised it every step of the way, but he didn't remember it taking this long for James or Peter to find their forms. Peter had only been out 3.5 hours, and James had taken 4 hours. Sirius didn't know exactly how long he had taken, but he knew he had taken longer than Peter but significantly less time than Harry.
"You all right in there, kiddo?"
Sirius asked. There was a noise behind him and Remus walked in. Sirius wiggled his fingers at him.
"Stupid counter phrase, isn't it?"
Remus said, chuckling. He cleared a space on Harry's desk and sat down. Sirius adjusted his chair so that he could see them both.
"Bloody ridiculous,"
Sirius agreed.
"Back when we did this, how long was I?"
He gestured at Harry, who squeaked. Both of them looked at him, but he showed no signs of waking.
4 hours, 3 minutes,
Remus answered. Sirius looked over, impressed.
"You remember that? You would too if you had had James hopping up and down, counting every second over 4 hours,
Remus said, sounding fondly exasperated.
"Prat,"
Sirius said, grinning. No one had ever mentioned this to him before. Remus smiled too and then looked over at Harry.
"Why isn't he awake yet?" "Probably a combination of the dose and his age,"
Sirius said reluctantly.
"But there's so little research that's been done on this that it's hard to say." "The dose. He had a diluted potion. I figure it's best not to give kids a strong dose of anything that affects their head." "I must say I'm proud that you thought about that."
"Sod off," Sirius said, for the second time that morning. Remus grinned.
"NH. This is all guesswork,"
Sirius warned him.
"But because he's young I think maybe his personality's not fully formed. He's still developing. So maybe, if my theory's right, there are more possible forms. All theoretical, though."
He sighed, while Remus nodded thoughtfully.
"And even if I'm right, 13 hours is still a long time."
After a quivering, black mouse that Harry scared away just by looking at it, Harry was beginning to get worried, though he had been relieved it wasn't the mouse. That would have been too similar to Wormtail for his liking. He didn't have much grasp on how quickly time was passing here, but he did know that he had been watching animals for a very long time and still hadn't found his. What if he had already been chosen? The stag, the dog and the snake had all approached him and hung around for a bit, and not realized. Harry wished he could wake up and talk to Padfoot about it, but that wasn't an option, because the potion was enchanted to keep him asleep until he found his form. Harry waited, growing more and more nervous with each passing moment, when finally another animal moved into Harry's line of sight. It was a wolf and a young one, like the other animals had been. It was lanky, with big ears and big paws that it was yet to grow into, and thick black fur that was just as untidy as Harry's hair. He held out a hand and it considered him for a long moment before it stepped forward to sniff him. Harry scratched its ear, the way Padfoot liked to have his scratched, and was rewarded by its tail starting to wag. Then, without warning, it pulled free and loped off. Harry sighed and watched it disappear into the undergrowth. A very long time later, a falcon dove out of the tree tops. It had sleek, black feathers and large dark eyes, and it came to perch on a lower branch than the owl or blackbird had done. It looked down its sharp beak at him, assessing him, and then screeched. Harry jumped, but it didn't move. Tentatively, he stood and approached it. It watched him the whole time and allowed him to stroke its feathery head. Suddenly, it lifted a clawed foot and raked him across the nose. Harry stepped back, shielding his face. Blood, not an alarming amount, but enough to know that it would probably scar if it was a real injury and not a dream one, dripped onto his hands.
"What was that for?"
he demanded, but the falcon was gone.
"Bloody menace!"
he muttered, wiping his face on his sleeve. He turned, intending to reclaim his seat, but found it already occupied. The wolf was back, watching him with bright, greenish-brown eyes. Harry wondered if it was going to attack him too, and sat down where he had been standing, a safe distance away. The wolf sat too. They eyed each other warily for a few moments, and then something hit the ground beneath the wolf's paws. It was blood, dripping from a long cut on the wolf's nose.
"Bloody menace,"
Harry muttered, twitching. It was the first coherent noise he had made, and Sirius jerked in his seat. Remus also appeared surprised. He had jumped and knocked a shoe off Harry's desk. Merlin only knew what it was doing up there in the first place. Harry was bleeding from a rather nasty cut on his nose.
"It must be a Potter thing,"
Remus sighed. James had been hurt finding prongs. Apparently, prongs had chosen him by charging, and James, being the brave prat that he was, had held his ground. He had split his forehead and woken up with an enormous headache, though thankfully, Remus and Sirius had been able to heal the damage.
"Would you like me to get the dittany?" "Nap. Creature."
Creature apparated in with a noisy crack and bowed to them both, before letting out a wordless shriek at the sight of Harry. He didn't even need to be told to get the dittany. He vanished and reappeared a few seconds later with his skinny arms wrapped around the entire chest of healing supply Sirius kept in the pantry.
"Creature's poor brat,"
Creature croaked, pulling things out of the chest before Sirius could get a word in.
"Creature will put that away,"
Sirius said, wrestling a decongestion draft away from Creature.
"He's hurt, not sick. All he needs is a few drops of dittany."
Creature, like most house elves, were very good at treating common illnesses, but next to useless with injuries any worse than a bruise. The only exception Sirius had ever met was Nada, the house elf who had lived with the Potters when James was growing up. She had known how to deal with grazes, burns and even broken bones, though Sirius supposed she'd have had to if she had helped raise James.
"Creature, I don't think that's necessary,"
Remus said kindly, as Creature snatched up an enormous bandage and made his way over to the bed.
"Honestly,"
Sirius said, rolling his eyes. He threw the dittany at Remus, who caught it but didn't apply it just yet. It was best to wait until Harry woke up, and took the bandage away from his distressed house elf. Funny as it might have been to watch Creature wrap Harry's face in bandages, which Sirius had no doubt had been his intention, it would have been a complete waste of a bandage. Someone, probably Remus, would have greater need of it than Harry.
"Thank you, Creature,"
Sirius said pointedly. He threw everything back into the chest and deposited it in Creature's arms.
"Put this away, would you?" "We'll look after Harry,"
Remus assured him, and Creature left.
"He's a lunatic,"
Sirius said fondly, shaking his head at the place where Creature had just disapparated.
Not as foul as he used to be, but still every bit as Lupit. I think Harry's waking up,
Remus said, and Sirius hurried over. Sure enough, Harry was stirring. He shifted a few times, and muttered something about blood before he gasped and sat bolt upright. He seemed confused. Initially, that was to be expected, but Sirius passed him his glasses and that helped considerably.
Did you come early?
He asked Remus, looking surprised.
It's 12, kiddo,
Sirius told him, and Harry blinked.
Lie back down for a moment,
Remus added.
I'll fix your nose. I thought I dreamed that.
Sirius pushed him down gently and Remus dripped Dittany onto the cut.
Thanks,
Harry said, as Sirius vanished the blood. A thin scar remained on the bridge of Harry's nose, a little lower than where his glasses rested. Remus added another drop of Dittany but the scar stayed. They shrugged at each other, while Harry went cross-eyed, trying to see the tip of his nose.
What's wrong?
He asked, sitting back up.
Small scar,
Sirius told him.
I thought you had vanished my nose or something,
Harry said, relaxing, though he felt it, just to make sure. Sirius sniggered.
I might not be quite as good at healing magic as Sirius, but it's hard to go wrong with Dittany,
Remus said, chuckling. Harry gave him an apologetic look, which Remus accepted with a grin.
So?
Sirius asked, sitting down on the edge of Harry's bed.
So what?
Harry asked, cocking his head.
So what are you?
Sirius asked, rolling his eyes.
Oh.
Sirius waited expectantly and then Harry grinned and said, Guess.
What are our options?
Remus asked, while Sirius muttered about little monsters, and evil godchildren. Harry poked his tongue out at him, eyes dancing, and took a moment to answer.
Hare, wolf, cat, owl, stag, blackbird, mouse, dog, falcon and snake,
Harry said, very quickly. Sirius, who had been hoping to smell the answer, wondered if he had done that way on purpose.
Not a mouse,
Remus said, and Harry shook his head. Sirius was relieved about that. He'd have accepted it if he had had to, of course, but he was happy not to have to. It was too close to Wormtail.
Not a hare either,
Sirius said.
They're too timid. So are blackbirds,
Harry said.
Was your form the one that attacked you?
Sirius asked, and Harry shook his head.
Not an owl, or falcon, then. Says who?
Harry asked.
They're the only things that could have made a cut that neat,
Remus said, obviously following Sirius' line of thought.
And I can't honestly see you as a cat. Which leaves wolf, stag, dog or snake,
Sirius said thoughtfully.
You're too warm to be a snake.
Both Harry and Remus gave him odd looks.
What?
Sirius asked.
It's true. Besides, you think he could have a mop like this?
He waved at Harry's messy hair.
And not have fur. Are you a snake?
Remus asked.
No,
Harry said. Sirius gave them both smug looks and Remus rolled his eyes.
So wolf, stag, or dog?
Sirius said quietly. He looked up, caught Remus' eye and smiled.
Wolf,
Harry said, scratching his nose absently. Sirius grinned. Remus looked surprised but pleased.
A black one.
Harry added.
It looks a bit like you, Padfoot.
Sirius' eyes were stinging. He hugged Harry and used the time to blink until the stinging feeling went away. Remus hugged him next, and when he had been released, Harry ran a hand through his hair and said,
"Do you think Dad's disappointed?"
Remus and Sirius shared a look, silently asking the other who wanted to deal with the question.
"Why would you think that?"
Sirius asked, frowning at him. Harry mumbled something about not being a stag.
"Ah,"
Sirius said. Then, he smacked Harry, who jumped and looked at him like he had lost it.
"Don't be thick,"
Sirius said, throwing an arm around his godson's thin shoulders. Harry shifted a little closer.
"James would be incredibly proud, is incredibly proud. I'm sure he's sobbing like a big girl's blouse, wherever he is."
Remus laughed and Harry smiled reluctantly.
"So he wouldn't mind that I'm not like him?"
Harry asked.
"Absolutely not,"
Sirius said firmly. Harry could have been a slug and James would still be thrilled.
"I think he'd be happy that you were a bit different, actually. And so would your mum. One James Potter was enough for her, I think."
Remus laughed. While Harry shared a lot of his father's traits, he was also very different. He was a lot more mature than James had been at 11, that was when Sirius had first met him, and so he had no earlier reference point, and he had an ego that was at least 10 times smaller. He was also nowhere near as naughty, which Sirius was unbelievably grateful for.
"Don't you like your form?" "No, I do,"
Harry said, grinning, though it faded after a moment.
"You're both dogs and now I'm one too, it's just... Dad would be feeling pretty smug about his choice of godfather,"
Sirius said, grinning.
"And godmother,"
he added, glancing at Remus, who pulled a face.
"The only thing he'd be upset about is not being here to tell you this himself. He's proud of you, kiddo, trust me."
Harry looked thoughtful and Sirius thought they had convinced him, at least for the time being. No doubt he'd think about it a bit more and find a concern they hadn't addressed, but Harry wasn't very good at keeping his feelings bottled up, so they'd know if or when he did think of something else.
"Could I maybe have breakfast?"
Harry asked.
"Or lunch?"
he amended, glancing at his watch.
"Hungry, are you?"
Remus asked, smiling.
"Starving," Harry admitted. "Creature's probably preparing something now,"
Sirius said.
"Go on."
He stood so that Harry could get out of bed. Harry did and bounded out of the room with Sirius and Remus only a few steps behind.
"You owe me a galleon,"
Sirius muttered. Remus had thought there was a very good possibility that Harry's form would be a stag. It was easy to see where Remus was coming from, and Sirius probably would have agreed with him if not for the confidence difference between father and son. James' confidence had been that not arrogant but close to it type, and he had been proud of his antlers, worn them like a crown. That, as well as the size of them, was where the nickname Prongs had come from. Harry's confidence was quieter than James and much harder to see, and occasionally it wasn't there at all. And Sirius imagined that if Harry's form had antlers, he'd spend all of his time worrying about whether he was holding his head properly, and if it was possible to hide or remove them. Antlers, quite simply, were too flashy to suit Harry. And so, Sirius had bet against Remus, saying that not only would Harry not be a stag, but that he wouldn't be a dog. While Harry shared several canine qualities, he wasn't quite playful enough to be a dog. A wolf was a bit more serious than a dog, though they still had a playful streak. Sirius hadn't guessed wolf at all, hadn't even considered it, actually, but he thought it fit rather nicely.
"I'll pay you tomorrow,"
Remus muttered back, grinning. Harry bounced down the last few kitchen steps, where Creature pounced on him and started to cast diagnostic charms, before deeming him healthy and passing him a loaded plate. Remus was passed a cup of tea and took the seat opposite Harry. Sirius stayed at the bottom of the stairs, watching his godson, who was picking at his food, looking thoughtful. He felt Sirius stare, looked up, and smiled, before returning to his breakfast with more enthusiasm. Sirius continued to watch, a sad, proud smile on his face. "I hope you can see him, Prongs." This lesson, Draco had been told to rearrange Severus's shelves of ingredients. Draco had complained, but Severus had been adamant. Actually, he had told Draco to beg, and Draco was too proud to do that, even if it would get him out of the job.
"Is there any particular way you want it, sir?" "I want you to be able to find anything up there at a moment's notice,"
Severus said, and went back to marking essays. Draco grumbled under his breath and started to take things down.
"Is everything all right?"
Severus asked. There were a number of things Draco could have replied with, but he bit his tongue and nodded.
"Then I see no need for you to be making any noise."
Draco's fist tightened around the phial of spider's venom he was holding. It shattered. Glass cut his palm and tinkled as it hit the stone floor, while the venom dribbled down his arm and dripped onto his shoes. "Sorry," he mumbled as Severus swept over to clear away the mess. It was gone with a flick of his wand, and then he grabbed Draco's wrist and inspected his palm. He summoned 2 small bottles from the cabinet on the far side of the room. The contents of one made a ghostly spider crawl out of the cut and along Draco's forearm before it disappeared, while the other was just Dittany, and healed the cut instantly.
"Wouldn't want you to be poisoned, would we?"
Severus asked, tracing his wand along the smooth skin.
"Merlin knows you're frail enough as it is."
Draco snatched his hand back.
"Are you calling me weak? So quick to expect an insult?"
Severus tugged, but his eyes were bright.
"I was merely alluding to the healers say I'm getting better,"
he said defensively.
"I haven't been in for 2 weeks, now. And I suppose you think that's admirable?"
Severus drawled.
"I haven't been to St. Mungo's in years." "You came to visit me,"
Draco said.
"The day before I was released."
Severus made a soft, choking noise. Draco grinned.
"I had forgotten,"
he said.
"Apparently,"
Draco muttered.
"Get back to work,"
Severus snapped, lowering himself into his chair. He scribbled something on a piece of parchment, and Draco wondered if Severus was going to take his foul mood out on one of his students. He suspected the idea should have appealed to him far more than it did. It actually made him feel rather guilty.
"How long have you been here?"
Severus asked, quite some time later. This was a common question, and so Draco knew better than to say he didn't know. Draco paused, a jar of butterfly wings halfway to the shelf. He wanted to put it on.
2 hours, perhaps. 1 hour, 20 minutes,
Severus sneered.
"You must be having more fun than you let on if you think time's passed that quickly."
Draco scowled and slammed the jar down. Severus's quill began to scratch again. 5 minutes later, Draco was sure, because he had started to count under his breath. A loud crack echoed through the office and Severus knocked over his inkwell with a curse.
"Dobby,"
Draco said, and even smiled a bit. He had appreciated Dobby more lately. Things weren't confusing with Dobby. All he wanted was orders, not opinions, or for Draco to complete strange tasks, and because Dobby was the one who came to rescue Draco from his visits with Severus.
"Dobby is sorry,"
Dobby said, giving Severus a pleading look.
"Dobby knows that Master wanted longer than Dobby has given them, but Dobby is being sent to collect Master Draco. Mistress Sonia is dying, sir." "She's been dying for months,"
Severus sighed. Dobby's ears flapped as he shook his head.
Sir does not understand,
he said shrilly.
Mistress is dying today. Mistress Pansy and Master Ernest is most upset, sir, and Dobby's mistress Narcissa is sending him to be getting the young master. She's dead?
Draco asked blankly. He had known she was sick, even Greg and Vince knew, and they were thick, but he had never imagined her dying.
"'Tis most sad, little master,"
Dobby said, wringing his hands.
"Dobby fears he will have to be mopping the drawing room for all the tears."
Draco looked at Severus, who was looking grim.
"Go,"
he said. Draco dropped the griffin mane hairs he was holding and grabbed onto Dobby. Severus turned back to his marking as Dobby turned on the spot. Draco found himself standing in the drawing room. Dobby pried Draco off him and hurried out of the room. Ernest was sitting in one of the armchairs, his head buried in his hands. Mother had a hand on his knee and was speaking quietly, while Father sat beside her. His face was completely unreadable. Pansy was sitting on the other side of the room with Hydrus. She was sitting unnaturally still with her hands clasped tightly in her lap, and as Draco moved closer, he noticed that she was also shaking.
"Then I told Goyle that there's no way he could outfly me, honestly,"
Hydrus said.
"Has he seen the size of himself?" "Hi,"
Draco said quietly. Pansy didn't appear to hear him.
"Oh, it's you,"
Hydrus said.
"Did you hear about Mrs. Park?" "I heard, thank you,"
Draco said loudly, before Hydrus could say anything else.
"I'm sorry, Pansy."
He sat down on the arm of the chair, something Hydrus wasn't allowed to do, but Draco could, and put his hand on her shoulder. She squeaked and looked up.
"Draco,"
she muttered.
"Hello." "He said he was sorry,"
Hydrus said, and Draco saw her face crumple.
"I must have missed that,"
she said in a low strained voice. Draco squeezed into the chair next to her and hugged her, but she pushed him away. He had learned, recently, that hugs made people feel better, but few of their friends seemed to know this. Draco was secretly convinced that he and Mother had stumbled across a rare form of magic. Still, he couldn't blame Pansy for wanting her space. He climbed back onto the arm of the chair.
"Did you miss what I said too?"
Hydrus demanded.
"Sorry,"
Pansy mumbled.
"I forgive you,"
Hydrus drawled.
"What I said was..." "Hydrus,"
Draco said.
"Shut up." "I'm telling Mother you said that,"
Hydrus said, looking furious. Draco ignored him. At the mention of the word mother, Pansy had buried her face in her hands. A glance over at Ernest showed that he was still in the same position. Draco patted her knee, the way Mother was doing, but Pansy kicked him away. Not hard, though.
"Are you crying?"
Hydrus asked gleefully, trying to get a look at her face. His anger at Draco was apparently forgotten in the face of this new development.
"Draco, look. Wait until we tell the others that she cried in front of us."
Pansy seemed to be trying to calm herself down. Hydrus' reaction wasn't surprising. Purebloods didn't cry, or if they did, it wasn't in front of anyone. It made them look weak. Draco, however, though crying was perfectly reasonable at a time like this.
"I'm not telling anyone anything,"
he said, folding his arms.
"She can cry if she wants to."
Hydrus ignored him as Pansy wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
"Would you like a handkerchief, Pansy?"
Hydrus cackled. Something in Draco snapped.
"Just shut up!"
Draco shouted.
"Can't you see she's upset?"
Hydrus gawked at him. Pansy was looking down at her hands again, so he couldn't see her face.
"You're more upset than she is about the whole thing,"
Hydrus drawled, recovering.
It wasn't our mother.
Pansy burst into tears again, and Hydra smirked. It was strange, Draco had been confused for months about what to say and how to act. He had spent 5 minutes giving thought on how to greet everyone before the last pure blood function, and he had hesitated before responding to things, just in case he accidentally offended someone. But at that moment, everything was clear and he didn't hesitate before he launched himself at Hydrus. Hydrus screamed as they tumbled into the back of the armchair and it tipped over. Pansy gave a little hiccup of surprise, and looked horrified by Draco's behavior. He didn't care.
Get off!
Hydrus cried.
Father! Mother! Help!
Draco stood up, disgusted.
I wasn't going to hit you,
he said, looking down at his brother, who was curled in a ball, looking disheveled. He had wanted to give him a bit of a fright, that was all, and from the looks of things, he had succeeded.
What is going on?
Father demanded, seizing Draco's shoulder in an uncomfortably tight grip. Draco turned around, wincing, not out of fear, but because Father was hurting him. Ernest, like Pansy, looked stunned, but beside him, Mother looked. Draco wasn't sure. Not proud, but something similar. Triumphant, maybe. And worried for Hydrus, of course.
He attacked me,
Hydrus said furiously.
I feel dizzy, Father, I think I hit my head. You did not,
Draco snapped, though he was a little worried.
We were on the armchair when we hit the ground, ah.
Father squeezed his shoulder again. Hydrus tried to stand and fell over.
I can't get up,
he said pitifully.
Everything's spinning.
Mother hurried over and crouched beside him. She brushed his hair back, looked into his eyes, which Draco thought focused on her a little too easily for Hydrus to be as dizzy as he claimed, and then helped him up. She called Dobby, who took hold of both of them and disapparated. Draco saw Hydrus smirk before he vanished. He's not really hurt, Draco thought, and was relieved and then angry. He's putting it on to get me into trouble. Father watched them and then turned to Draco, looking just as angry as Hydrus had.
He deserved it,
Draco said, but somehow he didn't expect Father to understand. Father glanced at Ernest and then at Draco.
We will discuss this later,
he said in a voice as sharp as glass and louder than was necessary. He probably wanted Ernest to know that Draco wasn't going to get away without punishment.
Fine,
Draco said, shrugging Father's hand off. Father gave him a searching look and then strode back to his chair. Draco sat down on the edge of Pansy's again.
What is wrong with you?
She asked, looking horrified.
You attacked your own brother. He deserved it,
Draco said again. He'd stick by that response. This was the first thing he had done in a long time without thinking about. Everything had seemed clear. He hadn't questioned himself, or questioned what everyone else would think. Surely that meant he was right. I think I am, he thought tentatively. Pansy didn't seem to know what to make of his response. She stared at him for a long time, through big, watery brown eyes and then looked away, sniffing.
I don't care that you're crying,
Draco offered, as her shoulders shook.
I'd be upset if it was my mother.
Pansy let out a little trembling breath.
And I'm not going to tease you about it.
Her hands clenched in her lap.
I really am sorry, Pansy. I think I'd like that hug now,
she choked. End of chapter.